What I have to say tonight will be a lot controversial and people want to argue about it, but I implore you to hear me out. I implore you to hear me out because I can tell you that there are things you can see that tell you whether or not a female's got signs that she is mentally and emotionally imbalanced. And men cannot afford to be willfully blind and willfully ignorant. Let me go ahead and bring you to Exhibit A, and we're just going to jump right off into it here. Simone Biles this month, she has done the most here. She's been on Twitter, and I'm just showing you some of the things that she reposted. She has taken an opportunity here, and I think she's trying to tell us something. And you know what? She's perfectly fine to be able to say that. I'm just saying she should come over the middle with it. Come straight down the middle with it. She's had this to say on your screen right here. Happy Pride to all those who are unable to celebrate openly and safely. You are loved and seen. So she's taken it upon herself to represent them and say that they're somehow unable to celebrate when in fact they're all out in the streets making a nuisance of themselves. Then she comes back again. Pride is important because someone tonight still believes they're better off dead than being themselves. There are a bunch of people who think that they can't be themselves. If you put yourself in that category because you're gay, it's certainly not because the society has said anything about that or that there's anything exclusionary. It might be part of that emotional imbalance going forward. And by the way, that's another one. We'll come back to that in a few moments here. But then Simone Biles said this. She was upset because Riley Gaines, another Olympic athlete, was talking about we shouldn't have males in female sports, biological males who think they're females and they're not. What? There's no such animal as a trans woman. You are a woman. A woman has 2 X chromosomes. If you people don't run around the bush, beat around the bush about this. If she doesn't have 2 X chromosomes, that's not a woman, that's a man. If he has an XY chromosome, oh, you're a man who just wishes he were a woman. Now that we've sorted that out for you, Simone Biles apparently is very confused about all this. Very confused because she said in response, "You're truly sick. All of this campaigning because you lost a race. Straight up sore loser. You should be uplifting the trans community and finding a way to make sports inclusive or creating a new avenue where trans feel safe in sports. Maybe a transgender category in all sports, but instead you bully them. One thing's for sure is no one in sports is safe with you around." Now, she just went all the way off there. She just went all the way off. And that's all very interesting because you see, I take a look at Simone Biles there, and I'm saying to myself, by the way, hey, Simone, back in 2017, what? Why, the energy was different back in 2017. Well, back in 2017, she said, good thing guys don't compete against girls or he'd take all the gold medals. So back in 2017, when she was competing, why, she didn't want biological males being able to compete against her. Now that she's been put out to pasture and all she can really do is be a hood ornament, well, all of a sudden, all that's great. And what I'm telling you is I don't think that's accidental. I don't think that's accidental at all. I think that is all a part of the machine right there. I think that's exactly what it does because I want you to understand that when these people sit up here and do that kind of stuff, man, that matters. That matters when you see that. That matters when you see that kind of thing because men tend to want to ignore that. I suppose men tend to want to ignore that because they have an opportunity to, I don't know. They have an opportunity to get some attention or something or get some shine or whatever the case may be. Males tend to be willfully ignorant about things that men can't really afford to be willfully ignorant about. They tend to do that. They tend to do that. I could say a lot of things. I could do a lot of things, but I thought it would be interesting enough, by the way, if I just said one thing here. There are signs you should watch out for. And what I'm saying, it'll be a little controversial to some people there because what I'm going to say is going to upset some folks because they don't want to think of it in those terms. Yeah, but it's true. If I can be brutally honest with you, there are signs you can take a look at to see if a woman is imbalanced. There are signs, and other folk will be coy about this and be shy about this, but I'm going to say it straight down the middle. When you got a chick with big eyes. Damn! Folks, there is a direct correlation between big eyes and big problems on a female. Now, don't get me wrong. That doesn't mean you're any less pretty, but that doesn't mean that you're also not pretty crazy, too. Now, some of you are not going to like this, but let me go a little bit further and upset everyone here because I want to make sure that y'all are clear about whether or not what I'm saying is correct. Because you're about to see a pattern form. Oh, my.
Oh, please.
Okay. Is he still making it up, folks? Oh, okay. Am I still making it up? Am I still making it up? Oh, hello, Tamron Hall. Am I still making it up? Oh, that looks a little familiar there. Hello, Kendra G. Glad to see things are going well for you there. Hello, Kendra, because we all know that's never been a problem either. I could keep going. I could keep going if you'd like for me to. Where am I at here? Oh, look. Oh, yeah. Ah, okay. Yeah, I didn't bring receipts. I brought invoices. I did not bring receipts. I brought invoices. Folks, it's not an urban myth. It is not an urban myth. Tia and Tamara, we can keep going. It's not an urban myth. I'm not exaggerating. It's just a biological, physiological fact. If she's wide-eyed, if a female is wide-eyed, that is a clear, incontrovertible sign that there will be definitely emotional issues, probably mental issues. A man is well advised to just be aware. Be aware of what you're getting into. Oh, did I keep going? Y'all told me keep going. Did I just keep going again? Be aware of what you're getting into. Be aware before you make any permanent commitments, before you make any permanent attachments. Just be aware of exactly what you're getting into and be aware of what they're capable of, because it's not accidental when you see those things. Y'all told me keep going. Now, for those of you who are just listening and not looking at the screen, by the way, I've been flicking out receipts like a deck of cards up here. I've been throwing receipts like a deck of cards up here right now. And the reason why it seems so shocking is because, by the way, why is it these other folk don't say anything? Why is it they don't say anything? Why is it they don't just say anything? Why is it we don't have this conversation on a regular basis? Because we've been told that doesn't matter. We've been told that doesn't matter, and it doesn't matter right up until the chick you're talking to drops a bomb on you. Now, let's go ahead and talk about Simone Biles right quick. And yes, I'm going to go there. First of all, let's be clear about a few things in particular. Simone, whatever else you might think, I do not blame her husband, The young man married her. I don't blame him for wanting to get close to the undeniable thickness. She's a gymnast. The body is absolutely banging through the concrete. But that still does not excuse overlooking obvious warning signs. She had a difficult upbringing, and it's written all over her face. What I'm saying is a person needs to be aware of that. For all of you who want to cape or whatever and talk stupid about, ooh, you shouldn't say that. If it's true, it's true. Just be aware. Now she went off into gymnastics. Now, I want to say something here about females and female sports. Everybody and their mama has been talking about the WNBA. They talk about the WNBA. Folks, the WNBA is not an outlier. Most females are not athletes. Because most females are not athletes, most females do not know what happens in female sports, particularly on female sports teams. Same-sex behavior is rampant in female sports. What? If you did not know that, now you do. The WNBA gets the most attention because they're the most blatant. But if you have a daughter in gymnastics, in track, in baseball, in soccer, if nobody told you what happens, remember at least 25% of your daughters are having same-sex experiences, if not interactions, when they're in college. So everyone puts the onus on the WNBA because that's low-hanging fruit. That's an easy target. That's a soft target. They don't want to talk about gymnastics. Folks are saying volleyball. We can go down the list. They don't want to talk about all the other female sports. But because most females are not athletes, y'all don't know what goes down in the locker rooms, on the tour buses, in the dorm rooms, in the hotel rooms. If they're in the Olympics, they don't want to talk about that. I just thought I'd let you know that, yeah, that happens. That's fairly common. It is not unusual. You just don't know about it. So when you look up one day and your gymnast girlfriend is all of a sudden going to war, she's not just doing the usual trans lives matter. She's going to war and attacking people about biological males playing in her sport when a few years ago she was talking sensibly about it. Now all of a sudden she's flipped. Don't you understand when she's trying to tell you something?
And deal with it.
No, I'm not exaggerating. Don't you understand when a female is trying to tell you something? She goes this hard in the paint at this point out of nowhere. She's trying to tell you something. It's not accidental, and the guy who married her, he's just along for the ride now. Tracy Ellis Ross, all the other folk I showed on here. So that's just accidental? That's just coincidental? No, it is not. And this is not to be demeaning or degrading. It's simply, if a person had a nervous tick, you wouldn't be saying that. If a person had a lazy eye, you wouldn't be saying that. Females with big eyes, if a female got big eyes, I'm not exaggerating. I'm not beating around the bush. It is a biological, physiological fact. The wider those eyes are, the more the more hyperthyroid, the more hypercycloid. Now, a lot of fellas overlook this. Most men overlook it. And the reason that most men overlook it is because most men are more concerned about sexual access. Everybody knows how crazy chicks are in bed. And every man is sitting up here like, man, if I can have a gourmet experience for just once. I'm not being greedy. Can I have a gourmet lunch just one time? Can I have some wild, uninhibited, sticky, icky, freaky, yeeky? Can I just have that one time? And males will throw caution to the wind. They will just they will take whatever risks involved. They will overlook whatever warning signs. They will overlook that, knowing that they're looking at a chick with crazy eyes. They're looking at a chick with crazy eyes. And by the way, crazy eyes isn't the only part of it. That's not the only thing. Crazy eyes and crazy cheeks.
What? Damn! Nigga, please.
What? Oh, I'm going here. If a chick got apple cheeks. Oh, I said that. Oh, you can cancel me. You can whatever. If a female got big cheeks. You can like dimples or whatever. I'm not talking about dimples. I'm talking about great big apple cheeks. So they got apple cheeks. Hello, here we go. Oh, Jason, what do cheeks got to do with anything? Show me a chick with big cheeks who you said was perfectly balanced. Show me a chick with big cheeks who was not emotionally erratic or prone to deceitful behavior. And if anybody wants to argue with me about it, now I've never said anything really about the young lady cooking with Kaya, but somebody was talking to me about it earlier this week, and I said, you know what? Why don't I go ahead and just take a look into that for you? Let me go ahead and just take a look into that for you, because it should be fairly obvious. You'll see if I'm correct and if I'm accurate, you'll see a pattern of behavior. And if you see a pattern of behavior at a certain point, you can't just write off every damn thing. And it's a pattern of behavior. Now, let me show you first how it started, and then we'll show you how it's going. So for those of you who may not be familiar with her, she's a young lady here. She really wanted to kick off being online. It worked very well. Calls herself Cooking with Kaya. It's not very hard to see where her shtick is.
I just cooked, bro. Take a good look.
Take a good look. And by the way, to be that young and have implants, it looks like, all right, well, because she looks really young. I'm not sure what her age is. She looks really young, but she went on a different thing here. She wants to cook and she wants to put on a show.
Here's another video with Cooking with Kaya. Cooking with Kaya. Cooking with Kaya.
All right, so she did that, and I think she's been very inventive. Let me just be clear. She wanted to get her online numbers up, so it's very clear she decided, hey, this cooking thing would be a side avenue to get attention on it. So, okay, but as you can see here, this is her shtick. This is what she does. She cooks things, and, that's how it started. Okay, that's fine. She wanted to get attention, so in this day and age, if you're going to get folks to pay attention, you can't just be Julia Childs anymore. You can't just cook.
Kaya, cooking with Kaya, cooking with Kaya, cooking with Kaya.
So it's not enough to just be able to hover over a hot stove like grandma. It's not enough to be able to do that. And I'm not even raising a gigantic issue about that. I'm like, okay, I see you're trying to sell something. You're trying to get attention. You're trying to stand out. It is incredibly difficult to do so.
Cooking with Kaya. Cooking with Kaya. Cooking with Kaya. Cooking with Kaya.
Now, I will say one thing, if this was the way the servers at Olive Garden came out, the lines would be a lot longer.
What? Another video. Cooking with Kaya.
Oh, if the servers at Red Lobster were doing this, yeah, it'd be a whole lot more customers. It'd be a whole lot longer line. I can say that. Oh, the line would be down the block into the next county. Certainly. So she knows what she's selling. Look, this is all just marketing 101. She knows who her audience is. She knows how to get their attention. She knows what she's quote unquote serving. So I'm not upset about that at all. I'm like, okay, I get it. Now, I don't know her age, but I get it. And I'm going through all this detail to say, yeah, it started like this, but eventually it started morphing and going in a bit of a different direction. All of a sudden, okay, I'm waiting for the skillet to come out. And I don't see my vibe. Cute, don't play with me. I'm like, I'm waiting for the skillets to come out, and the skillets didn't come out. Okay. Hey. So, okay, I'm like, okay, this is a different one. Where's the chicken parmesan? Where's the chicken parmesan at? We had to change. Some of y'all are trying to get ahead of me in there. We're gonna get there. I couldn't help but notice it changed up.
In girl world, Halloween is the one night a year when a girl can dress like a total slut and no other girls can say anything about it. What? The hardcore girls just wear lingerie and some form of animal ears. In girl world, Halloween is the one night.
What happened to cooking with Kaya?
The hardcore girls just wear lingerie and some form of animal ears. In girl world, Halloween is.
Okay, what happened to the cooking part? It's all right, y'all. The cooking part kind of. All right, she knows what she's selling here, so it's the cooking thing.
Welcome to another video. Cooking with Kaya. Cooking with Kaya. Cooking with Kaya.
Okay, never let them see you sweat. So, yeah, she was doing the most there, and she ain't done.
She got a big butt, 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 she got a.
Okay, what she say? Damn a skillet.
Just like that, I like that.
Well, she's saying, let me let you take a peek. All right, I could keep going here, but I think you all get the point, especially on this video here. I think you get the point. So let's talk again about big cheeks and let's talk about tattoos. She got tattoos all the way up one side of her body, halfway down the other, regardless of age. When a female starts defacing her body, that is a telltale sign of mental and emotional imbalance. When a female starts defacing her body, remember, when men have emotional imbalance, they harm others. When women have emotional imbalance, they harm children or themselves. And if you want to know if she's trouble or not, she ain't just got one or... By the way, belly piercings. What? So she's got piercings, she got tattoos, and she's letting everybody take a peek. She's got tattoos, piercings, and everybody can come take a peek. Now, the problem is young men will be told that this is harmless. Young men will be intimidated, and people will try to intimidate them and tell them, oh, you're just stupid, you're just silly, there's nothing to it. Now, she knows what she's doing. Okay, so she's trying to get her following up, and she has succeeded. And she wants to make sure that you understand that she's here to put on a show and she's in business.
And I can't let go.
Okay. What could possibly go wrong? Oh, she got Cardi B up here. That's great. Cardi B is a defends cooking with Kaya. All right. I think I got into that earlier. Oh, look, Drake. Can't have it without that. Oh, what's this? I'm sure it's nice and wholesome.
I got stopped by a lady cop. She got me thinking I could date a cop.
Okay. Cheeks, tweets, tattoos, piercings, chasing attention. Yeah, what happened to the skillets? What happened to the spatulas? What happened to the oven? I thought this was cooking with Kaya, not cooking with fire. So yeah, she's like, yeah, I'm selling something else now. I'm selling something else. Well, it's all fun and games until she gets noticed by some bigger people. Next thing you know, she's running around with DDG, and of course he was caping for her. And then more recently, she showed up running around with Kai Cenat because she wanted to let everybody know that that's what that was about. Where are we at on here? Yeah, there you go.
I understand. Listen here. I understand.
There you go. So just if you're trying to become big on social media, this is where you want to be. And everybody with their phones around because people can't just have experience.
Trying to get it out of me, bro. Stop.
So there she is with DDG and Kai Cenat. And I mean, oh, she's living the dream, man. She's living the dream. But she had a boyfriend. And this is what she was about. By the way, she's very appropriately dressed, you can see. So that's what she was about. Well, and it's all fun and games till we get right about here. And she was at Streamer University. Kai Cenat put on this thing. And, oh my. Yeah, that's her in the middle. All these dudes around her and some gals. This is her right there in the middle. You see the rose right over her head. And of course, she wants to make sure that her rear end is available. That guy, the fellow who's closest behind her, not the light-skinned fellow over here. Fellow closest behind her over on the right-hand side of the screen, somebody's phone on a stick is kind of blocking it. His name is Quan. Because of course it is. And she wants to let you know that she is here to desire and be desired. Mr. Quan has, I think, the LA cap on here. And of course, Mr. Quan is not her boyfriend. Her boyfriend was sitting in a hotel, I think not too far away. Her boyfriend was sitting in a hotel and everybody was like, hey, bruh, you know where your chick is? He was like,
nigga, what?
So that's her backing it up in a crowd full of dudes. That's her and another chick, by the way, because this stuff is contagious. Because females believe in competing for attention. And if one's getting attention, they all want to get it. And of course, the easiest way to get attention is signify you're available for sex. So of course, yeah. Well, cooking with Kaya turned her boyfriend into cucking with Kaya. Damn! So yeah, she's down there making sure it's available. Somebody said cheating with Kaya. How could you have possibly have seen this coming? I want to talk to the young men tonight because there is an entire industry in society that is organized around playing you for a fool and a chump and telling you that there are no warning signs, that it just come at you how it come at you. And in reality, there are tons of obvious warning signs. And before I go any further here, to all the jackasses and inferiority complex females out there who talk about folk don't like dark-skinned women, clearly Kaya has never had that problem. So all you poor mouth, inferiority complex chicks, deficient females, whining about being dark skinned, you can sit down for the rest of your life. All right, now that we got that out of the way, I want to have a brutally honest conversation with the men tonight, particularly young men, because older dudes, y'all got to understand, old dudes are not as clueless as you tell yourselves they are, but most of them are defeated. And because they are defeated, they're trying to take the path of least resistance. And the path of least resistance is usually filled with deceit and dishonesty. So I'm going to be honest with you. Do not overlook those warning signs. The reason why I talked about Halle Bailey and Halle Berry and Tracy Ellis Ross and all the rest of them is because bug eyes is a sign, but tattoos are a sign. It's not just expression. As a male, you know full damn well if you got a female who is got tattoos on her like that and piercings, you know full well that's indicating she wants sexual attention. You give it thumbs up when you think you're going to have sexual access. Okay, but now she is ruined. She is unfit to be taken as a serious mate because she is sexually competitive. And your attention will never be enough. She's always going to want more. So your attention will not be enough to feed the beast. She's going to demand to have more attention. And that's just it. That's just it. So, fellas, bug eyes, big cheeks, tattoos, piercings, constant social media, or even if it's not constant social media, if she's got a social media life. If your female has a social media life, if she is openly soliciting attention from random people, what is she telling you? Your attention is not enough. Your attention's not enough. She needs affirmation. And she needs a constant supply. And she needs a fresh supply. She can't just keep breathing the same air and drinking the same water. She's going to need more from other people. Now, you can tell yourself that these are harmless, innocuous things if you want to. But you're going to be setting yourself up behind the 8 ball. These things matter. Why do you think you have so many females today putting on the spiderweb eyelashes?
Auntie, chill.
It's not harmless. It's not meaningless. They're doing it because they're telling you something. Now, you can overlook it if you want to and ignore it because most males today, I just got to be totally honest, most males today, if we're going to tell the truth, they're just waiting their turn. You want to know how it is you ended up with so many of these chicks with Diddy at the freak off? Because these women know that no matter that most males are desperate and they are willing to wait until the used to be hot the chick who's hot today, they're going to wait until she cools off and spoils, and now she used to be hot, but she's aged out. And he's like, okay, finally, she has finally depreciated enough in value that I can pick her up on the used market as a clunker, and I can finally get my turn. I don't get to get her when she was hot at the top of her game. I'll get to get her when she's run through and no longer at the top of her game, and she's in the discount bin. And women today know this. Women today know across the board. This is how most men are operating. Most males are lonely. Most males are dejected. Most males are desperate. And most males lie to other males and claim what they wouldn't do. But if she allows you to be number 100 or 150 in line, women know males are not going to turn that down. They'll tell other dudes what they don't like and ew, I wouldn't. But if she run up on him, his options are non-existent and he's going to cut a deal. He's gonna cut a deal. I've been warning you about the pension pimps and salary simps for exactly this reason. It's not just young men with no options, it's old dudes who are no longer competitive. They've been beat down. They spent most of their lives being told no. They spent most of their lives being on the outside looking in. And when they finally do get an opportunity, a lot of them, I gotta tell you, a lot of these older dudes, I want to say this to the young fellas, they lie to you and tell you it's all right for a chick to be tatted up and everything. You know why? Because they don't like these females. What? They don't. They don't like them, and they're willing to tell a chick to do anything. You get one of these old cats out here who spent his whole life living on bread and water sexually. He'll tell these chicks to do anything. He doesn't care. He doesn't care. Truth be told, y'all want me to drop it on you right quick? Truth be told, it's not the young males out here who are frequenting trans women. What? No, that's not a young man's sport. That's not a young man's game. That's an older dude's game. That's an older dude's game. I mean, we can go down the list of the fellas who've always done that, but that's an older dude's game, Mr. C. That's an older dude's game. Yeah, the young fellas don't do that. Young fellas don't do that. If you all go down the list of males who engage in that, fellas who are always going back to prison, that's not the teenage dudes. That's not the early 20s dudes. They got to get in their 30s and 40s and older. Then that's when you see that start to become a thing. Oh, I'm not supposed to be exposed in this. I'm not supposed to say, somebody said Malik Yoba. We can go down. That's not a young cat's game. That's an older dude's game. Older fellas, young men in their teens or early 20s, they ain't doing that. It's fellas who they've been swinging and striking out with biological women for years or decades. And eventually they get so desperate that if they think they can sneak one in, then there they go. There they go. So they have absolutely no problem telling a female to execute every slut signal imaginable because they don't really like females. I don't mean like as in not attracted. They have disdain and contempt for women because the women have turned them down. They're not really what the women want. And a man isn't happy when he has to negotiate with money because deep in his heart, he knows that the dudes before him didn't have to do all that. The dudes before him just had to show up and she was with it. So when you're a pension pimp, that's actually a square nigga tax. That's lame. You have to pay a lame tax. You got pension pimps and salary simps. You're getting taxed because you're lame. So the females do that. The females do that and they tax you for it. Yeah, there's a bunch of y'all who thinking about it like, damn, why didn't anybody say this over the last 2-3 decades? Because it all makes sense. It all makes sense now when you connect those dots. Why is it these other folk never said this? You have so-called psychologists and therapists and everything else on YouTube and online, and you didn't hear all the dots connected tonight like I just did. But when you think about it for a few moments, it all makes sense now. It sure does. Chicks with high foreheads. What? Damn! I said it. high foreheads, apple cheeks, tattoos, piercings. I'm talking about biological things, people. I'm not talking about add-ons. I'm talking about biological things. But it's true. But if your female got a hairline like Walter Goggins, I'm not saying you can't hang out with her. I didn't say that. I'm just saying, understand, she brought more than just a big forehead. She brought more than just that. She brought more than just that. Jason, you're funny about that. That's humorous. Okay, but I'm not joking. I'm not joking. These are signs of a female being mentally and emotionally imbalanced that men have been bullied. They've been bullied and intimidated into ignoring and claiming that's not what it is. Somebody said Rihanna. Damn. I mean, I ain't gonna throw no names out there, but since you saying Rihanna, since you're saying it, Rihanna has never been accused of being, nobody has ever said Rihanna was bad in bed. Anybody ever said that? Okay. She'll also swing on you. Ask Chris Brown. She'll swing on you. Okay. Let's go ahead and deal with this right quick. For the folks talking about Kaya got a banging body. First of all, she's young. First of all, that's what a female's supposed to look like.
And deal with it, nigga.
Here's the problem. So many of them today are so trashed out and ragged out. Folk acting like that's special. That's what a female's supposed to look like. A female's supposed to look like that. A female ain't supposed to be built like a bag of mulch. What? She's in her early 20s. She's supposed to look like that. That's not special. That's not fun. A female you're going to the beach today, and by the way, for those of us from the deep south, we owe California and Florida an apology. Y'all's beaches used to be fly before we started letting them girls from the deep south show up. The beaches in California and Florida, especially Florida. Florida's beaches used to be fly. Oh, hell, then the chicks from Mississippi and Alabama and Louisiana and Arkansas and East Texas started making their way over. Oh, hell, there goes the neighborhood. Oh, they come in their packs like a herd of buffaloes. Oh, Kentucky coming on down. Oh, man. So Florida and California, we owe you, and the Louisiana delegation owes you an apology. Your beaches used to be fly. It used to be nice to show up there. Now, oh, hell. Anything with 2 weeks vacation and saved up her tax refund check. Oh, boy, they talk about their girls' trip. It ain't a girls' trip. It's a domestic safari. You see them. You see them coming off the ocean in Miami. They're coming toward the beach like the White Walkers from Game of Thrones. Oh, they come rumbling, but it's never just one. Size 16 or greater to get in the club. And then the craziest thing is when they get finished on the beach. I say finished on the beach. First of all, they leave big ass holes. What? First of all, they leave big ass holes in the sand. That's the first thing. When they try to get out there, they go walking these big ass holes left in the sand. When they go walk, they got to bring out the truck, that truck they used to smooth the sandbag out. We got to bring him out early today. I hope he didn't leave the keys in the office. We got to go smooth out the sand again. And then when they get done with that, you know, the little shower that they have at the nice beaches, when they got the shower thing you can stand on. I'm like, baby, if it ain't a fire hydrant, I don't know why you're here. That little old sprinkler's not going to cover all this real estate. And I took a picture years ago. There were like two of them. There were like two of them standing on either side of that little shower thing. I took a picture because the shower looked like a straw. What? Imagine trying to, hose off somebody with a straw. That's what the showers look like with them standing under it. With a normal sized person, it could kind of work. The two of them, I'm like, oh, no. And I think the car wash is open. You might be able to get in there. Yeah, so my apologies to the folk who used to have nice beaches. The southern U.S. done messed it up for all. We done threw the whole ratio off. You used to be able to go there and you could holler at everything and couldn't miss. Now you got these chicks from out of state. They're walking down the river walk holding a drumstick. Damn! They're walking down the river walk with a 3-piece from churches holding a drumstick. So, it's messed things up, man. It's not fly no more. It used to be, it just isn't. So Kaya's not special. Kaya is not special. That's what a female's supposed to look like. Be a young female. That's what you're supposed to look like. Do you realize the situation is so damn spoiled and ruined today? We're like, damn, she look great. She looks average. She's not fantastic. That's what you're supposed to get. Really? Yeah, we got all these broke down jalopies walking by. You finally see one that hasn't been totaled in an accident. And now you're like, damn! Never mind the tattoos and the cheeks. Never mind all that. I'm going to say something that's going to upset a lot of people, and I'm not being insulting. I'm trying to be honest. Kaya is not fat or sloppy, but from the neck up, from the neck down, she's a not out of shape female. Okay. But from the neck up, I'm talking about 6, maybe 4.
Deal with it, nigga.
I'm gonna be kind and say 6, but reality, and we really touching 4. You all know my scale, even numbers only. Even numbers on my scale is even numbers only. Even numbers only. So if you had to choose, because 5 and 7 are compensatory scores, that's why I do even numbers only. If you had to rate her only from the neck up, is that a 6 or is that a 4? I'm not beating up on her. I'm not trying to go at her. I'm not doing any of that. I'm just saying, wait a minute. A lot of folk are really spiking off the fact that, okay, she's young. She's not filled with stretch marks and the usual stuff. Then on. Okay, but from the neck up, even if you're a fellow who wants to give her an 8, I'm like, are you actually gauging from the neck up? Because from the neck up, is that an 8? I'm asking. From the neck up, is she a 8? From the neck up. Got somebody here named Ann trying to gauge something. Is you trying to tell us something? What? Maybe there's something you about to come out about. But by the way, for my folks in Los Angeles, is that a Los Angeles 6? Miami, is that face from the neck up? Is that a Miami 6? I'm just asking. That's a Miami 6. If I'm wrong, you just go ahead and let me know what it is. LA 6, Miami 6. Asking for a friend. Manhattan 6. Cancun 6. Jamaica 6. Asking for a friend. Now, when you put the little TikTok thing to the side, when you're sitting there looking at your cell phone at 2 o'clock in the morning is by yourself, I'm just saying, by the way, we start talking about some bigger places. What we dealing with? What we dealing with? LA, San Diego, the Bay, Miami, New York, DC, the ninth capital district, New York 6. Come on now. All right. Somebody's asking in there what I'm talking about there. Men judge a female's looks in 3 dimensions. I covered this before. For those of you who didn't know, men judge a female's looks in 3 dimensions. From the neck up, from the neck down, and then from head to toe. Those are the 3 dimensions that we consider a female. Depending on the man's socioeconomic status, that's when he starts putting weight on things. Because a man who's all the way put together, it's not enough for her to just have a body that's banging off the beef. That's not enough. So for a high school fellas, as long as, if you're in high school, or it's like as long as her face don't scare the paint off the walls, yeah, she'll make the grade. But when you actually have choices and you have to look at her when you're not in bed with her, okay, she can't have a face that makes you wonder which end of her you looking at. That's not gonna make it. So you want to have a chick who's got a face, not just a body. There's where things get rough. It's like we start grading on the curve when you don't have sexual options. That body got to be that body starts taking up a whole lot more weight and has a whole lot more weight on the scale than it should. But in reality, from the neck up, from the neck down, from head to toe. And as you get to a position where you can start choosing, her face can't look like an elbow. When you were struggling, her face could look like the bottom of your foot. But once you start getting things together, her face can't look like your damn elbow no more. It's, baby, we gotta do better than that. We gotta do better than that. If the only thing you're interested in is having her naked, the face goes down in priority. But if she's gonna just be around all the time, you want something pleasant to look at. Now, especially if she has to be presentable to other people as your representative. Yeah, we gotta get there. We gotta work on. We gotta get it up. Yeah. So I'm not beating up on the young lady. I'm having an honest conversation. I'm not hurting her numbers. I'm not a hater. She can do what she does in her little corner over there, although her boyfriend is wishing it'd been a little bit different. But what I am saying is, if we're going to have a brutally honest assessment, is that from what's on y'all screen right now, is that a Miami 6 from the neck up? Now, this is a little bit dispiriting. It's a picture, but I think it's just a still image from video. But I got others, and you already saw that. And what I'm saying is that when you start putting all that together, is that a New York 8, Miami 8, LA 8? Is that it? I mean, if it is, just say it is. You say, Jason, yes, that's an 8 in Miami. If it is, just say that. Save us the conversation. And just save us the conversation. We'll be fine. It'll work. Now they're set with you. There's some folks who are going to tell me this is okay. That might be it. Okay. All right. Be that as it may, other folks will, massage the figures and whatnot. And I'm just going to be honest about it. So from the neck down, sure. But that comes with issues too. She got chest tats. She got side tats. Bruh, are you paying attention to what you're getting? Who is it who's not out here warning these fellas? Who is it who's out here not warning these young fellas of obvious warning signs? If a chick got big eyes, big tattoos, body piercings, big cheeks, big foreheads. It sounds like I'm being funny. I'm not joking. TD said that's a Mississippi 8. What? And he's right. Oh, no. Kaya is an 8 in Mississippi. She's an 8 in Mississippi. She's an 8 in Louisiana. Yeah, that's a Louisiana 8. That's a Mississippi 8. That's an Alabama. That's a poverty belt 8. Arkansas, Tennessee, Louisiana, Mississippi, Alabama. Yeah, she's an 8 in that region. She's an 8 in that region of the country. Then again, Lizzo is competitive out there. So, yeah. The areas that don't really got an NFL team. What? Y'all know how the areas that don't really have an NFL team, New Orleans don't count. Yeah, if your place is still struggling for an NFL team, that explains a whole lot, doesn't it? That explains a whole lot. So in some of the struggle regions of the country where beggars can't be choosers, in some of the struggle regions of the country, I know some of you in here are going to be really silly tonight. Well, he thinks she mean, like Louisiana got, like I'm not going to be deadly honest. Are you kidding me? Some of you need to get over your mommy and daddy issues. I'm going to be brutally honest. I'm not going to shade the nickel. However, by the same token, ain't nobody in Louisiana going to buy you a Bentley neither. What? So I just thought I'd throw that out there. Or at least there's a few who will, but just saying, the yacht club has been canceled in Mississippi. The yacht club in Mississippi has been canceled. So my whole point about this here is there are tons of warning signs that males overlook, and they have been bullied and intimidated and harassed into overlooking them and pretending like that's not really a problem. And I'm just the guy who's coming out and saying, you know what? Damn the nonsense. Let's just call it for what it is. If the chick got big eyes, if the chick got a high forehead, if the chick has too much space between her eyes, Halle Bailey, yes, the eyes matter. A female's eyes matter. How big they are, how far apart they are, where they're placed, it matters. You might consider it cute. You might consider it adorable in a Ferengi sort of way from Star Trek The Next Generation. You might consider it to be cute in a Care Bear sort of way. But biology is biology. Biology is biology. Somebody said a bug's life. Biology is biology. So you can tell when fellas are still struggling because they still like, okay, we just judging from the neck down. It's just what I mean, they don't give a damn. She can look like damn me Rob Bass in the face. Fellas be still, she bad though. If a chick's got a banging body, she can look like Biz Marquee in the face. There'll be dudes talking about, she hot though, Jason. She fine though. Yeah, I mean, some of these fellas here, I'm talking about if the chick looked nice enough, if her body was nice enough, some of these fellas be like, they looking at her body, she can look like Rick Ross in the face. I mean the rapper, not the drug dealer. She can look like Rick Ross in the face. Oh man, I tell old girl come through. I'll bring my clippers with me. And that's real life. And that's real life. This fella sitting right here in this chat room talking about, I find it, ooh, and she sure is hot. Dude, you know full damn well. She come through the door talking about, every day I'm hustling. And my clippers, turn his clippers on. He in the damn bathroom, edging her up. And then coming and telling the rest of us, she sure is fine though. It's rough out here, man. I'm doing my part. I'm just spelling it out. They're not going to listen. They're not gonna listen because these chicks can do something that Jason can't do. They can come swing some booty meat. And women understand that turns a man's brains off. Fellas, don't listen. If there's some booty meat wiggling in the vicinity, wisdom is 8 times out of 10 gonna lose to booty meat. Fellas don't have options like that. And he can't afford to have options. So it just goes out the window when that occurs. And there are so many warning signs when you take a look at it. I talked about the hoe careers. People don't want to hear reality. Hoe careers. If she's a nurse, hoe. Has she served the country? She served all the male soldiers for certain. Does she work in the food industry? She's baking up more than buns. Has she ever worked at a drive-through window of any kind? Has she worked around hardware? If she's worked in law enforcement, you need to check her criminal background. Does she have a degree? Take a look into it. What school? It depends. If she was in elementary school, she might be okay. High school, suspect. If she's a police officer in a major metropolitan area. If she has been on an airplane. If she's been a stewardess. If she has worked in hair care, period. If your chick has worked at a hair salon. I'm not stereotyping. I'm a statistician. If she's worked in cosmetology, I'm not saying she's a hoe. The statistics say she is. If she hasn't given you the whole rundown, she hasn't. This list is not prejudiced. This list is anatomically correct. Fellas don't want to hear this. Has she worked in shipping? UPS, Amazon, FedEx, post office. You can't remember the last time you went to the post office and there was a male working at the front desk. You can't remember the last time you saw that. Now, there are men in the back, females in the front, men in the back. You know that's a formula for all kinds of chicanery. And you know it. And you know it. And that's why she got a job there, because she knows your Simple Simon ass ain't gonna think. And if your female is a truck driver,
Nigga, please.
if your chick is a truck driver, that says all. This is not being prejudicial. I'm saying that we don't have an honest conversation about obvious things. We don't get to have a conversation about obvious things, and then you wonder what the hell happens out here. Because we're not allowed to tell you the truth about what's really going on with that. They don't want to hear that. They don't want to see that. Well, can you just lie to us a little bit longer? If that's what you really want, okay. So what I'm saying here is that there are physical features that are warning signs. There are physical features that are warning signs. Physical features, careers, employers that are warning signs of mental and emotional issues, and you will be dealing with it at some point if you should choose to get involved. Cooking with Kaya, everybody and their mama who was trying to be supportive, and a young lady trying to support herself, and build up a social media following. I'm not upset about that. But you could see what it was going to be from the beginning. If you act like you didn't know this, she was going to be on video twerking on other dudes. She put the plates down. Let me go twerk on random dudes at a party up here. If you didn't see that coming, you're just too dumb and naive to weigh in. You may be too dumb to survive. The situation might be that far along. You might just be too dumb to survive. You just might be. However, you might disagree. Therefore, we're going to go ahead and turn the Zoom on for you all here tonight. I know that this is not going to sit well with some people. I understand that, but somebody needs to tell the truth about it. That no, this is not being hyperbolic, and no, I am not exaggerating. There are physical features that you can look at on a female. Big bugged eyes, high cheekbones, I'm talking about apple cheeks on them, high foreheads. These are things that you are well advised not to ignore. I mean, you're welcome to ignore it. You can do it. I just don't think it's very smart. And let's just be obvious. Most fellas don't feel like they have the option of saying no. So whatever says yes to them, they're going to say yes back. Whatever says yes to them, they are going to say yes back. Because they feel like they have to. They really don't think they have a choice but to say yes. They don't think they have a choice but to say yes. Where's my other picture at? There it is. I've been looking for that one here for a minute. There you go, Kendra G. Just wanted to make sure I had that properly covered there. Just in case anybody thought I was exaggerating about that before. By the way, no disrespect to Kendra. Gotta be brutally honest about that too. So the fellas understand what they're dealing with. You can't make a decision if you don't have all the information. You cannot make a decision if you do not have all the information. If you don't know everything that's involved. And by the way, one more thing, it's not because I hate you. I don't hate on you. What I'm saying is I want us to have an honest conversation about it and say it is what it is. Ladies, can the women be honest enough tonight to say, hey, Jason, yeah, we got bug eyes. There's some issues going on there. If she got bug eyes, there's some issues going on. If she says she got thyroid issues, thyroid issues are going to be mental issues. If she's biracial. What? Damn. No, I wasn't supposed to say that. All right, my biracial chicks. It ain't because we hate you. We just got to be honest. Come on now. Even you know. You know that you should come with a warning label. My biracial chicks know you should come with a warning label. By the way, prone to erratic and crazy behavior. Just, all right. As long as we are aware, we can make our decisions with our eyes wide open. No, I've said this now for 3 decades of my adult life. Biracial chicks are crazy. Biracial chicks know, and they know it. And they know it. Sir Shai said, Jason, do you think Simone Biles' husband will leave once the Olympic money runs out? She's trying to hawk some documentary now. So I feel he might stay because he's an average NFL player. Here's the issue. The issue is it doesn't matter what he wants to do. Simone Biles, that's not being a hater to just call it like it is. A chick walk up to you looking like this, nigga, it's gonna be drama. It's gonna be drama. So it doesn't matter really what he does. She's gonna be the one who makes the decision, not him. She's going to be the one who makes the decision. She's going to be the one who switches up. See, he's young, so in the early stages, he's going to be another picture of her. Okay, here's another picture for you. Nigga, please. Okay, you want me to give you another picture of Simone? Okay, there's another picture for you. There's another one. Want me to keep going? In any case, as far as old boy, he's along for the ride right now. He was the one who's willing to marry her. Okay, fine. Here's the way it happens. Stage 1, she doesn't get attention from men who are looked up to physically. So this is the first time she's had that. Remember, wasn't she geeking out over Zac Efron? What? Wasn't she geeking out over Zac Efron? So understand, Keke Palmer is a real thing. A lot of these chicks y'all think get a lot of shine and attention. They don't. Keke Palmer does not get attention like that. Because you can't go everywhere with all that makeup caked on all the time. No disrespect to Keke. I'm not being disrespectful. However, without the makeup, there are some skin issues. Now, I don't know if she's just refused to go see a dermatologist or whatever. But, Keke, without the makeup, you get Darius. Simone Biles. Okay, ma'am, at the Olympics, folk are cheering for you, but if you couldn't do a backflip, if Simone Biles couldn't do a backflip, where would she rank? That's all I'm saying. If Simone Biles couldn't do a backflip or a somersault, where would she rank? So what I'm saying is a lot of folk assume what kind of attention or response they get or what kind of reaction they get, and it's not really like that. So of the males that she feels like she should be with, she's athletic. She feels like she should be with a man who is athletic. She feels like that's where she deserves to be. Okay, old boy was one willing to take her off the block. Folks live through their social media, so however popular a social media post is, they figure that's the right decision. If you get 5 likes on a social media post, you figure that whatever decision you made there doesn't matter. If you get 1 million likes, that must be the right decision. See, this is the reason why. Let me go ahead and do it right quick. Oh, we're going to get the cauldron bubbling for you for just a moment. Fire up that cauldron for just a moment there. Where's my cauldron at? There you go. Just a moment. Want to fire up the cauldron for just a moment there. A lot of these folks, you're not going to be able to make it. Nothing you do is going to make it. You know why? Because social media is how people gauge whether or not they make the right decision. Social media is how most people today, especially females feel like if social media approves, it's the right decision. So it doesn't matter if it shames their parents. It doesn't matter if it shames the man they're with. Keke Palmer threw away her whole damn relationship because a bunch of hoes she never heard of and never knew were giving her props on social media for sitting up here dancing on Usher. She disregarded everything else. If she had folks in the comment section and had enough likes, there were enough people who liked it that she said, yeah, this must be the right decision. Take a look at how many likes I'm getting. Well, Kaya is no different. Simone Biles is no different. Your woman is no different.
And deal with it, nigga.
So, in case nobody explained to you all, especially the men, what the real rules are today, if your woman does something and social media approves of it, she's going to say that was the right decision. If she cheats on you and social media approves of it, she is going to say that was the right decision. Doesn't matter if it breaks your heart, doesn't matter if it crushes you. If social media says that was the right thing to do, you got 50,000 likes, you got 100,000 likes. She's like, it must be the right thing. Take a look at how many likes I got. It must be the right thing. Must be. And that's exactly the way it goes. Let me get back over here on Zoom. I got Antoine here on Zoom. Antoine, what's on your mind?
Hey, how you doing there, Jason? Good broadcast. I totally agree with everything you're saying. Coming to Cooking with Kaya, I'm not gonna lie. I think she's cute herself. I live in Orlando. She's definitely an Orlando 8. But what I was going to say was I knew she was warning signs because of the tattoos and the piercings, specifically the piercings on her back, those on her lower back, those two. I've never seen any woman, whether she white, black, or whatever, that was worth a damn if they had those little piercings right above her butt. You know what I'm talking about? I don't know what they're called. And especially she has tattoos around her chest. Almost every woman around their chest. I call it the triangle, where the upper chest. I hate those. They look ugly anyway, but those are super warning signs. For me personally, if I see any tattoos on her chest, it's an automatic no. I don't care how fine she is. Because I've not seen any woman disprove that rule.
Let's take a look at that. Let's take a look at that and examine why that's true. First of all, if you've ever seen how tattoos are done, the overwhelming majority of tattoo artists are going to be males. Let's be clear about that. If she got chest tattoos, that means that the tattoo artist has seen her topless. What?
Yep.
If your woman has chest tattoos, the tattoo artist has seen your woman bare. Should I go further? Oh, should I go further? You're not going to like this. The fellas out there who want to lie to themselves and say, oh, that don't mean nothing. If I have any tattoo artists who want to testify, you are invited to call in tonight. If she's topless, that means her breasts are having a reaction because his hands are all over her.
Yep.
His hands are all, remember, they want to stretch the skin out and get it smooth. So he's probably going to have to grab her breasts to get the skin uniform. So this dude is gripping your woman's breast to put this tattoo on. Oh, it's going to take him hours to do this. Oh, it's going to take hours. I don't care how big it is, small it is. It's going to take hours to do this.
Yep.
So you don't get to sit up. It's like being at the doctor's office, except he ain't no damn doctor. Now, You start talking about tattoos going around her rib cage, on her abdomen. Okay. But the problem is, once we start getting to the hip area, she can't be wearing anything when he does that.
Yep.
He might let her put a towel over her hoo-ha. He might let her do that, but I'm just saying, you do realize your chick is in there butt booty naked with this dude, right? Those tattoos didn't get on there by osmosis. They had to get on there with him gripping and stitching. That's how they got on there.
Can I add another thing about the tattoos? So when tattoos were more like you can't wear it because you can't get a job, right? I'm 38. So I remember at one time you really couldn't wear tattoos that are too open because it was hard to get a job. And back then I also remember women that had mental problems used to cut themselves. Now that tattoos are more openly accessible, I don't see that many women cutting themselves anymore. I think a lot of these women are using tattoos as a form of cutting themselves. What do you think of that?
You're incorrect about that. The cutting is still going on. The tattoos are an extension of that. You're not looking closely enough.
I thought there was cementing that or maybe covering it up with the tattoos.
Yeah, I mean, the tattoos are used to cover up scars. They cover up scars, that's especially females who go back and get more of them. For most females, that tends to be a phase, and the real thing for them is how do you cover the phase up? Well, Jason, what's the issue if it's a phase? Because the phase may pass, but the cause of it will remain.
Mm-hmm.
So your woman was in a hoe phase. Ain't no such animal.
Oh, yeah.
There was just the time that she was buck wild in the streets, and then she can't really do that anymore. It's like a fella who was a gang member. Well, it ain't that he ain't about that life. It's just he's not young enough anymore to be able to hop over fences and run from the police. But that doesn't mean that the heart's gone. It just means that he can't jump over fences anymore. So there's a reason why at a certain age they stop going back to prison. They're too old to be able to pull off some of the stuff they used to be able to pull off. But that doesn't mean that he doesn't want to do it. He's just no longer physically able to do it. But if you stick around him long enough, you're going to start seeing those convict tendencies come to the surface. If a female is into defacing herself physically, there is unresolved trauma, unresolved issues. What'll happen is, and any psychologist will tell you this, hell, any doctor, anybody who's worked in addiction can tell you about this part. They learn to get more fine with it. So it's become a thing, brother. Like 20 years ago, if you wanted to do something to yourself, you had to basically be an amateur. So you just did whatever you felt. Without me going too far, you can look up anything online.
Mm-hmm.
You can look up anything online. There's a community online for any deviancy you have.
Yep.
There is. So they will tell you, you can find out information on how to do this stuff in smaller ways. Folks who will be more inventive in the tools you can use, specifically for the purposes of not being detected. Because the real thing is they don't want folks stopping them, so they want to do things that prevents them from being detected. So they start learning new techniques in order to make it where it's not so obvious. So the scarring gets smaller. It's not so much that it's no longer happening. It gets smaller. It gets more discreet. It gets put in areas you wouldn't readily think of.
Yeah. Did you see when she tried to like make it seem like she wasn't really with her boyfriend like that? Or did you see that video?
Yeah, I mean, they've been splaining the whole damn 9 yards, and that's only because she got caught up in the moment of actually feeling she was there with a bunch of other females, so you have group contagion. And that's what happened when you have a bunch of people around you doing something. It turns a psychological switch if you are predetermined to do that. That okay, this is what you do. So just having that many females around her, that dropped all the inhibitions right there.
Yeah, I mean, me personally, I thought this for a while, and I've actually seen some celebrities say it themselves. I really don't think it's actually worth men actually going out with a woman that has a big social presence or wants a big social media presence. Like you're just causing yourself trouble down the road.
Here's the issue. The issue is females who have to be seen more. They tend to take more care of themselves. You know, they're more presentable. They're more impressive. So especially if they have some status and some notoriety about them. Every man wants to be with a female who's impressive.
That's true.
I mean, that's just natural. Every man wants to be with a female who's impressive. Females figured out that if I'm impressive, then I can get away with murder.
Yeah, but it only has a certain amount of time.
Yeah, but unfortunately, you say it has a certain amount of time. It has a certain amount of time, but it has unlimited damage.
Yeah.
She has a short. They may have a limited shelf life, but she can do unlimited damage in that time.
Look at Brittany Renner.
I mean, take a look at the chicks in high school where you at. Take a look at the chicks in college where you at. You don't even have to go to celebrity realms or internet realms for it. Take a look around you. If that's the level of approval that they get where they are, no matter whether it's online or offline, online is simply a magnifier for it. No, that's a multiplier for that kind of thing. But if they're getting attention and have status for it, especially if they think that, especially if they're known like outside their street, oh man, they feel like I can do anything. I can do anything. And the worst that will happen is I might have to say yes to one of my orbiters. So maybe I don't get the football player, NFL player I really wanted, or the influencer I really wanted. I'll go ahead and pull down, this doctor in my DMs. I'll go ahead and call down this chiropractor orbiter in my DMs. That's what they think.
That they can do that unless they do too much damage. You know what I'm saying? Like they doing way too much online, like a Brittany Renner or something like that. Like they just did so much where if a doctor or somebody like that does it, because they're going to get clowned.
No, brother, that's not the way it works.
Well, I guess they could go with the younger guys because I see them doing that.
No, brother. Remember, Stacey Dash was with a damn lawyer when she got arrested.
But I think her online presence wasn't that bad. It was enough gray area.
It was enough that when she got arrested, she made headlines. So it was clearly her presence was big enough for that. What I'm saying is that with Brittany Renner, for example, take a look at what she was. She went to Kevin Gates. Kevin Gates, very well known, very prominent. You say his name without her, everybody recognizes it. She needed that because tell me what she had going on before she was running around with Kevin. She was running around talking about stepdaddy season. I live in my car. Just completely then flipped out. So what I'm saying is that I said it to y'all before, there's not going to be another PJ Washington. That was it right there, baby. You blow this, and that's it. She's talking about stepdaddy season. Nobody's looking for that. So she got Kevin Gates, who's like, okay, I stuck around for 52 days. Shout out Louisiana.
And deal with it, nigga.
Shout out from the boot. I said, Kevin, that's exactly the way you play it. That's exactly the way you play it. I'm not mad at him one bit. I'd have done the same thing. Okay, let me go ahead and get on this amusement park ride, and then you leave Six Flags.
I guess you're right, because it worked out for her because now she's on Love and Hip Hop now. Now she can get those checks.
Well, I mean, to a certain degree, but then again, Love and Hip Hop is not what it used to be. So remember, they just go on there for promotion. They just go on Love and Hip Hop for publicity. So she's campaigning. If there's some lonely, washed up rapper somewhere who wants Drake's leftovers, now Kevin Gates leftovers. Wasn't Kevin Gates running around with his cousin? What? So I'm just saying, if you're looking for a chick who that's her sexual rap sheet is Kevin keeping the family Gates and Drake and a bunch of other people complete with STDs and yeast infections and a bunch of athletes. And, she was everybody's shop towel. So if that's what you want to, if you're willing to give that an audition after all of that, well, that's what she qualifies for. But what I'm saying is she doesn't qualify for another, Harden or, another Kyrie Irving. I'm not saying she was with them. I'm just saying she doesn't qualify for that. Now that's what she wants. Mm-hmm. Now she wants that. She wants another Drake. She wants none of that, but she doesn't qualify for it. So what I'm saying is in her DMs, there's some country doctor in her DMs, brother, who he's on his last damn leg and he's never had any shine. And he would love to see even if he's getting Drake's cast-offs, a decade or 15 years later, depreciated to $5. we got enough of them waiting their turn, but they went to medical school, they went to accounting school, they went to engineering school, they went to academia, and he's never really had a fly chick before.
You're right.
He's never had a fly chick.
I just thought about it. Look at it. I think you was talking about it. Holly Berry. Look at that. That dude.
Yeah, I mean, Van Hunt. I mean, she literally talking about I'm dry and achy and unconfident. I mean, and he's sitting there cheesing. So what I'm saying is that, and what he's literally getting her 30 years after nostalgia.
Yes.
30 years later. So they're waiting their turn when the warranty has been expired and the engine has been blew a head gasket. There are a bunch of guys out there, brother, they've never known what it was like to have a real fly chick. They've never known what it was like to have something without cellulite. They've never known what that was like to have a female who you could say her name and people are like, oh, I know who that is, even if she's infamous, not famous, but infamous. And they are willing to wait their turn to have somebody's leftovers on the curbside for pickup. They're willing to wait their turn to go dumpster diving. Literally. And the women know it. The deadly part is the women know this. This is why we as men, we don't have these conversations with ourselves. And even when you do, a lot of fellas just disregard it because of what I just said. But the women know this. Everything I'm saying, every single female in here knows this. She knows it. If there was a guy who was ever trying to sleep with her and he didn't get the chance to, she knows he's still out there waiting somewhere. Or at least the odds are good. As long as she has some reasonable resemblance to what she was when she first met him, he's waiting. He's waiting his turn. And when everybody else gets done slopping you over with the freak off, they're like, okay, when those guys are done with you, he'll be sitting there, it's my turn. Oh, good. Don't worry. Oh, you got a few kids? I'll take it. We're feeding, clothing kids. That's okay. I'll take care of that right there. And that's literally where we are. Yeah, he's no Drake, he's no Kevin Gates, but beggars can't be choosers.
Yeah, you're right about that. But let me just go on this one. You was talking about Simone Biles. I want to add more to that. She takes medicine. I forgot the medicine she takes, but she does take medicine to add to your point. And then I remember one guy I was listening to when she had to drop out of the Olympics. And someone was trying to say that because the real reason was because she was worried about that her man, because she was, I guess, was in Japan and he was in America, and they were trying to say that she couldn't focus on her game because she was wondering what he's doing. He's not a bad looking guy. He's a football player. He could be banging a whole bunch of chicks. And just like you said, let's be honest. If you took the gymnastics away, she couldn't get with that guy. Let's just be honest about it. At best, she'd be like a sneaky link without her gymnastics there.
I mean, look, if she didn't have the body of a gymnast, if she was just the average body chick running around, so she gets graded on a huge curve because, I mean, she's got an athletic body for certain. Just like Serena Williams. If Serena Williams were the average female with the average female physique, what would she get? What would she be grading at? So she gets graded on a tremendous curve because of that. As far as Simone Biles is concerned with the husband there, I didn't get to finish explaining that before. Let me go ahead and do that now. Here's the way this works. The way this works is when they first met, she is thrilled and flattered because finally she's getting some attention from somebody who has a pedigree in professional sports. He might not be a starting quarterback, but he's in the game. He's signed and he's in the game. So finally, she's actually had somebody who's noticed her. All right. Next up, she's going to do everything she can to close the deal. So she's going to be a model citizen. She's not going to give him any problems. She's going to be like a puppy. Every time he sees her, she's yipping and smiling and yapping. It's XXX rated sex everywhere you go, anytime, anywhere, any place. Everything is fine. She's going to give him zero reasons to not close the deal. And that's the manner in which you get love. Love bombing is leading. It's not what folk think it really is. Love bombing, especially for men, is leading the man to think that the way things are right now, that this is what he can expect for the rest of his life.
Yep.
That's love bombing. Well, how do you make a person think that if you don't just say the words? By doing it every day, Women know that if they are consistent, then men will expect that, especially if it's happening all the time. Well, he's like, well, this is the way it will be going forward. So now he's like, well, hell, if she been throwing it triple X for the last 8-9 months, the last year, I've never had a problem in the last year. Well, let me go ahead and lock her down before she starts taking them draws somewhere else. Women understand that that's how you play it. He's going to assume that this is what he'll be, that the way you've been acting for the last 6 months or 12 months, that's what he can expect for the rest of his life. Yep. Next thing you know, you sprint into the courthouse. Let me go ahead and write this. And now the other shoe drops. So she might hang in there for a little while longer if she thinks you got other options or you're prone to exercising them. But then after about the first couple of years, she figures the coast is clear. Now, some chicks, it breaks down right after the wedding reception. But if she thinks the coast is clear and she thinks she got you, next thing you know, sex gets replaced with attitude.
What? I think it's going to change when they get a baby. Because I think she wants the baby from that man. Let's be honest. He's light-skinned. Let's act like that's not a factor.
The changes happen before you get to the children.
Well, I'll just say it's going to be more apparent, I would say.
Yeah, I mean, it'll be amplified, but there are always little signs to begin with or big signs. And women also understand as long as you throw in sex, then that's a reset button for most men. You saw what she did. We had sex, reset. And so that's why they play that. But in her case especially, I think she's been sitting on it so long, she has absolutely no impulse control as exhibited by her blow up on Twitter and saying all kinds of crazy stuff. So now when you enter the next phase where she gets secure, now she gets around to the real thing she really wants to do. She wants somebody, to be her emotional trash bag. And now she's going to start dumping that on you. And now, instead of you all having constant sex, it's now going to start slowly or quickly shifting to talking and constant arguments and constant demands. And now she's demanding stuff for you that ain't got nothing to do with sex, nothing to do with intimacy. That's what your time, all that sex time now is going to start getting consumed with something else.
Can I say something? Because you just said something that made me go back in time. Because I had an ex like that. Like she had, I used to call her King Magazine because she used to have a body similar to what you would see in King Magazine. And I ain't gonna lie, like I was younger, so everything was like every time I get an attitude or something like that, or I dump her, that's what she did. And like the last time I talked to her, I blocked her number. She just knocked on my door, walked right in, immediately got butt naked. Of course, when you said that's a reset, you're right. It is a reset, especially when they got a nice body.
Yeah, I mean, look, she knew what it took to get you. Every female does. So she knows what it takes to keep you. She also knows if she stopped doing it, because that was part of the plan. The plan was never to do it and keep doing it. The plan was to lure you in like a fish on a reel. And once I got you in the boat, I don't just keep pulling the reel. Get this nigga off this hook and fry him up. I didn't come here to play with you on a rod and reel. I came here to fry you up. I'm here to eat something. So you going in a skillet at the end of this. And ain't no skillets in the water out there. No, the skillets are over here after I get you in this boat. That's when we get to what I came for. I didn't come to be on the water with you. I came to do something else. So in Simone's case, it's very obvious. You can see she has no impulse control. Crazy eyes tell the tale.
She's doing the most on that man.
And he's gonna figure it out like most young men. He's gonna figure it out too late, and he'll be one of these guys with folks saying, "Why would you ever want to divorce that? Why I just stay with that with my life." You didn't have to live with her, so you can see what she's doing. And if she's doing this on social media, you can imagine what she's doing at home with him. But you'll have to ease that in there. You'll have to ease it in there. It'll come over time. If she, because I don't think they have kids yet. I don't think they do.
They don't have any kids yet, no.
Now, there's a warning sign for you also.
Why would that be? I'm curious.
Because when you have a situation like this where folks get married like that, she's no longer doing what she's doing anymore, so it wouldn't be an obstacle. but we're not having children. One of you has decided not to do this right now. I say right now, one of you has reservations about having children. And I don't think it's her, because she really needs that to cement the deal. Her Olympics days, for the most part, are over. So really, it's all going to be about him. Yeah. So if he's seen some things and he's kind of iffy about it, he might be finding out that life before the marriage was a lot sweeter than life after it. And you start getting cold feet and reservations and, ooh, baby, can we wait till next season? And then next thing you know, so to me, that's kind of a warning sign right there.
You know, when you was talking, I'm thinking about that last interview where everyone was on her case or stuff like that. If you look at that interview, she kind of overtalked a little bit. You know what I'm saying? That you know the interview I'm talking about, where
but she was saying what she thought. You know, like I say, if you sit down and talk to her about the reason why this wasn't obvious to people before was because she wasn't talking about herself. Mm-hmm. All these news reporters and things are talking to her about gymnastics or about her mom. And talking about marriage is one thing. Now you're talking to her about herself. Now you're asking her about her thoughts on something other than gymnastics or her mom. Now she's letting you know about what her real psyche really is. And just like Tina Knowles, everybody and their mama, except for some of the internet goofs, when you saw Tina Knowles talk the way she did in front of Richard Lawson and you saw that look on his face, that was all you needed to see.
Yep.
That was not fake. That was real. That was real. And she made it very clear that, yeah, nigga, I'm up here and you should just be grateful to be here. Yep. Jada Pinkett and Will Smith. That's not fake. That's real. Mm-hmm. Will is... What happens, brother, is that, and I mentioned about this before, another sign, by the way, for those of you who've been taking notes tonight, I know I've been giving you the list, another crazy female warning sign, but this one comes from the fellas. Dwayne Wade is quintessential example of a male who so obviously was raised by an abusive mother. Mm. And he spent his life going around getting females who will abuse him. Take a look at both of his wives. Belligerent, loud, bullying, overbearing, and immediately going at the children. Mm. So he's going to go find women who will perpetuate that motherly abusive cycle.
Can we add Papoose on there too?
I mean, obviously he's got a type. He's got a type, so they have to be kind of aggressive, in your face, nothing soft about them, combative, insulting, you know. So you start seeing a type. A lot of fellas out here, if they have unresolved mother issues, they go looking for a female who will renew the cycle and regenerate that cycle. And you start seeing those character traits happen. So you start seeing that occur. And Simone Biles' husband, I'm like, okay, dude. I don't know how much thinking was involved there. I just know what'll happen next.
Oh, yeah. They were mad that she drove out to see him. She drove miles to see him for the first date. They met online on some dating app that's for celebrities, apparently. And he said he didn't know who she was.
Okay. Lie. Well, I'll just say this here, brother. Remember what I just said about what love bombing is? She's going to give you no reason to say no. Everything is going to be easy. Yep. Everything's going to be buttery smooth. Everything's going to be axle grease, man. It's just going to slip and slide. Everything. Right up until she gets what she came for.
When I told you about my ex, she's the reason why I tell my homeboys that women use their kitty cat as a weapon. That's how I call it.
I mean, well, women have always weaponized sex with men who are susceptible to it. Men who don't have options are the number one victims. Men who don't vet are number two. So if you're desperate, you're going to be susceptible to that. And fellows when you're desperate, you move very quickly. You move very rashly. You didn't ask any real questions. You take things at face value. You didn't test anything. Women test men, but men, as a rule, don't test women.
That's a fact.
So that's why women know, okay, as long as he's getting consistent sex, as far as he's concerned, you've answered all of his questions.
That's true. That's true. I mean, I think the biggest problem that men have today is not vetting. Me personally, my vetting is if I see 3 strikes, honestly it's 2, but if I really like them, I give them 3, and then I have to just let them go. And when I say 3 strikes, like 3 big ones. Like let's use kicking with Kaya. My 3 strikes for her was the tattoos, the piercings, and the tattoo piercings. There was one more on there. I forgot. Oh yeah. Her shaking her butt around. Like, I don't like women that like a lot of attention. I always saw that as a bad sign.
I mean, liking a lot of attention, especially from random people, that's bad enough. When she is blatantly throwing butt cheeks, you can't undo that. It's like, okay, what good would it do for me to make a commitment to somebody that's her claim to fame?
Yeah.
Your claim to fame is offering that up for everybody else to see. How is that supposed to be special for me? If everybody else has seen it and everybody else has experienced it, what good does it do for me to post it on social media with me? Everybody else has already seen it solo. So you have to be a man who's self-delusional to sign up for that further. So yeah, and here's the crazy thing about it: the guys that she really was desiring, the DDGs and the Kai Sanats, yeah, they're not checking for her. What? Oh, I'm sorry, she wouldn't want to hear that. But by the way, she was in the room with them. They're like, hey, we'll work with you. You got a following. We got a following. It's good for business. But they're not trying to figure out how to slide in there.
I was going to disagree, but I think you're probably right, because I'm thinking about the women that they usually go after, they usually get. They all have that Amber Rose look. Even Castanet, I don't know if you've seen his girlfriend. She has that, Amber Rose. Yeah, they had that look, that light skin, ambiguous. All of them seem to like that type. Oh, look, even that Duke Dennis dude. Like,
exotic does not mean prettier. Exotic just means different. So of course, fellas out here today, they want a car that nobody else has got. And by the way, I'm practically as guilty of that as anybody else, because like if you have a pair of wheels on your car that are special for you or a special configuration, females don't like having a dress that another female's got. They show up at the party. For men, it's about cars. You don't want a fella have somebody else got in the same kind of configuration that you got. So I understand that. However, when it comes to females, a lot of fellas, if they have the ability, they exercise the same thing there too. Diddy made Cassie shave off half of her hair. Some guys used to have the platinum hair thing was in for a while. So yeah, if you have a female who looks different, Kim Kardashian's only claim to fame was she looked different. That was it. That Armenian look was something they hadn't seen yet. You'd already seen the Latino, you'd already seen the Asian. She brought something different. And there was a high premium on it until there wasn't. So if these females look different or have a different look to them, that's a trophy for a while. It'll have a little run. It's got a little novelty, and then the novelty wears off. And now it's time to trade you in for the next model. Next year's line is coming in the season, and now it's time to trade you in. That's when things go bad.
Yeah, no, you're right.
I'll let you have the last word.
Yeah, definitely. So as men, I think we just have to do better at vetting. Me personally, I use a 3-strike system. Every man has to create their own system, and you just can't be willingly ignorant, or you're gonna look like a goofy, like look at what Kaya's man. You're gonna be looking like a goofy crying while your girl, or what you thought your girl was, gonna be with some other dude. You know what I'm saying? So, and men, we have intuition. We need to start listening to it. Let's be honest. If you think about it, a lot of times you knew something was going sideways, but you just chose not to listen to it because of ego. Gotta get out that ego, or you're gonna be embarrassed. So that's what I'm saying.
Well, for these younger fellas, especially if he's in his early 20s, he doesn't know. This is the first time probably in his life that he's seen a female who would blatantly lie to him. And especially if he doesn't have any parents who have warned him that this is a real thing. Your grandmama's supposed to see a chick with tattoos all over and say, baby, where'd you pick up this chick from? True story, my folks did that. My folks did that like twice, to be totally honest. They were like, yeah, I'm sitting up here geeked out about it and whatnot. And they were then, come here, Jay. That's all nice. Where did you find this? Where'd you pick her up from? And I would tell him and everything. It's like, okay, well, she been to college and everything. Yeah, you sure this is a good idea? When you hear that, you know they've just weighed in on what they think. And what I'm saying is these young cats today, a lot of them are raised by single moms. There's nobody to do any vetting. Mama is still percolating mentally in her hoe phase. So when she sees a young chick doing that, all she sees is a chick that she wishes she could emulate that too. So she's not going to talk her son out of anything because she still identifies with the hoes her damn self. So he's sitting there sucking it up and believing it, and no one is giving him any warning whatsoever. None. Now, after she sits up and does this backstabbing, skullduggery stuff, everybody and their mama in his family be telling him, I told you about, you should have known. Then they'll be saying it. But while he was getting into it, most of them would just be sitting there being quiet at best and cheerleading at worst. Thank you very much for giving us a call. And that's real talk. And that's real talk. You don't have folk to sit up here and just say, yeah, I'm sure you like her a whole lot. Where'd you find this? Where in the world did you meet this at? Where's she come from? They want to know. She show up, she's wearing some skin tight dress. It's like, oh, wait a minute now. I know I didn't raise you for that. You got in the middle of something else here. We see what you're listening to, but you need some people who are not trying to have a relationship with this person to give you an objective analysis of what they actually see from their life experiences. We don't have men who got life experiences today. The old niggas are just as clueless as the young ones. They waiting their damn turn. Let me go ahead and get to Travis over here on Zoom. Travis, turn off your speakers.
Then they'll be saying,
you got your YouTube. Mute your YouTube.
Oh shit.
Newfangled technology. Mute your YouTube, Travis.
Trying to.
Nigga, you don't know where your YouTube is?
I know it is. I'm trying to find the mute button. Am I still there?
Okay, I'm gonna see if we can get his granddaughter to come over there and help him. Brother, just press the pause button, dude. What are you doing?
All right, pause. All right, my bad. All right. Damn it. I messed up. You still there?
Yes, we're still there, man. Turn your speakers off.
Oh, that's the TV. Hold on.
Y'all, this nigga gonna be taking some 50-year-old single mom with 3 kids to Red Lobster, I swear.
All right, I'm looking for it. I promise I'm looking for it. Hold on. I ain't never got on Lagoon before. Your moderator told me to call you up, I believe.
Okay, if they did, they told you for a reason, so you already know why. Other than learning some technical ability, other than that.
Oh, damn, I'm looking for the... I had the button. I'll get back.
Nigga, please.
Okay, let me go ahead and let him go here. I don't know why he was told to call in, but it's just he is technologically hopeless. He is technologically hopeless. Old boy is looking like that meme they pass around about the Passport Bros starter pack. What? He looks like that one. So I don't have time for this right now. I can't do it. He didn't slow the program down. He brought it to a screeching halt. Y'all. He was sitting there at the screen. He just thumping everything. He was just pressing everything. Pressing everything he can see. So I hope he got a niece or somebody to come help him and untangle that mess. He saw all that time just say, wait a minute, that's the TV. Then y'all wonder why these middle-aged women be looking for them YNs. What? To my 50-year-old cats and older, by the way, if you want to know why the middle-aged chicks, a lot of them today are like, let me go give me one of these YNs. She wants somebody who knows how to work the infotainment. She looking for that. Y'all fellas who just bypassed the iPhone, Android era altogether, you know, you went from a flip phone to just whatever they had, whatever T-Mobile was giving. A lot of these middle-aged women, they gonna get them YNs a shot because he knows how to turn off the damn YouTube. So he knows how to do that. She looking for that. I'm just like, okay. She is not looking to sit there through a whole damn commercial of Swanson microwave meals while he's, what is this? Is it up? Is it down? How does the damn thing work? Is a TV, nigga. It's been around for 120 years. Oh, hold on a minute now. Let me see. Damn. How does this work? He pressing the damn remote control. The air conditioner came on. What? The car alarm started ringing. Damn. Then he talking about, I'm the man of the house. Nigga, please. That's the one right there. He doing all that. Then he gonna mess up everything. He pressed the remote for everything. And at the end of all of that chaos and havoc, I'm the man of the house, you know. This nigga got defeated by Android. He got defeated by a flip phone. He got defeated by a YouTube app. Follow me. All right. So for some of these middle-aged women, you got to have some patience for them because I know what they're going through. It's looking at that right there. He's the man of the house, but it's he still listens to AM radio? What? Y'all know you get in his car and you hear static on the radio because he's got AM radio playing in his car. You sitting up here looking for the damn Bluetooth or whatever. You get in his car, he's got AM with the rotary dials on it. And y'all know how it is with the paper speakers. You get in there and you start hearing static, and this, what is that? Static with a little voice behind it. What the hell is that radio? Show here right then. Radio station 1130. Y'all know how Willie James is. Y'all know how Willie James is. So of course he gonna tell you, kicking with Kai, she sure is fine. I would spend this whole Social Security check kicking with guys so we fine, boy. I wish I could get that right there. That's the problem. She don't need them little young boys. So if you're looking for advice, man, it's going to be rough. It's going to be rough. It's going to be difficult. But men have to recognize warning signs and trouble signs. And on tonight's program, I know I'm taking a risk. I know I am putting myself at risk for it. But if nobody else said it, yes, I'm coming out and saying it straight, no chaser. If your chick got big eyes, if she got Halle Bailey eyes, they're big, they're wide apart, and she got a high forehead, she got apple cheeks and a thin little old pinpoint chin. If she got that dragon tooth thing, you know, her front set of teeth are shaped like a shovel. What? Trying to find Exhibit A. I know I got it around here. Where are you at? There you go. I mean, I'm just saying, no offense, but if your chick got one of those sharp overbites in her teeth, there will be drama. If she high yellow with big eyes, No, I'm not being funny. If your broad is high yellow with big eyes, you are in for the ride. If she looks like Tracy Ellis Ross, you are in. The older she gets, the worse it will get. No, I'm not being stereotypical. No, I am not joking. It is what it is. Yes, it is true. This is not a stereotype. This is not misinformation. I did not say that it can't be cute. I did not say that she could not be polite. I did not say that she could not be intelligent. I did not say that she could not be a good conversationalist. I am saying that that is a clear-cut telltale sign that, get ready for issues. She will be temperamental. She will be emotional. She will be erratic. There will be drama. Telltale sign. Telltale. These are biological cues. If you got a chick, y'all know them chicks look like they got that inbred bulldog face. Damn. Y'all have seen them. I talked about that last week. You know, if you got a chick got the Sharkeisha face.
Nigga, what?
If your chick got the Sharkeisha face, do not be surprised when there is violence. Do not be surprised when there is violence. Y'all know it's whenever you turn, listen, Jason, what does she look like? When you turn on the evening news, when you hear the anchor start off the sentence with, a mother was arrested today for abusing her kids, you already know what she gonna look like. Everybody in here, you know straight from Central Casting. When the newscaster starts off the sentence with mother arrested for abusing her kids, something terrible happened to the children, left the kids in the car so she can go to the club, you know what she's gonna look like. You could start out the damn sketch, the police sketch, before they even show you. Oh, I got this. We haven't even told you what she looked like. I know exactly what she looks like. She looked like her granddaddy. And the drunk nigga across the street. She looked like that. Y'all know it? No, I'm talking about these females who look like Biggie Smalls. What? No, it's a chick look like Notorious B.I.G. Oh, okay, yeah, your kids didn't have a chance. Your kids didn't have it. Oh, you gonna be on the news for something happening to your kids. I can see it right now. The clock is ticking. It's just a countdown. It's just a countdown. So that's exactly what you're looking for. Exactly. No, this is not stereotypical. These are literal things that men, and specifically young men, are not taught to look for. Then you wonder how it is that you ended up with kicking it with Kaya and cooking with Kaya. And oh, here come the tattoos and the body piercings. And then next thing you know, she done sat up here and rolled up at an event and she's twerking on dudes. And bruh, she fits the profile. She fits the profile. She fits the model. That's what it is. But there is a look. So these physical characteristics, that matters. These are real things that do real things. Now, as a man, you know how it is. Fellas start compromising, so then they start mentally erasing her face. Okay, what else she got? Okay, I'm going to just disregard these eyes. What else she got? By the way, I couldn't help but notice Halle Bailey and Cooking with Kaya hanging out around DDG. So it's I see a central nexus going on there. Let me go ahead and jump back over here on Zoom right quick. Let me see if I can get Brandon up on Zoom. All right, Brandon, there you go. Brandon, what's on your mind, brother?
Yeah, I was acting a little strange there for a minute. What's going on, JB? Man, definitely got to say, loving the broadcast tonight. You definitely the one dropping game. It was just funny enough, though, man, that just last night, man, I was talking to one of my older partners, though, man, who in their 50s, though, man, and you hit it all dead on the money, though, man, though, where these dudes is just really just out here, man, just no game and loss. You know what I'm saying? No, not to speak bad on my homie though, shoot, but yeah, it's definitely damn true. Dude is just literally got a 43-year-old. He's in his 50s. Got a 43-year-old chick. She's sitting up here. He's sitting up here. I'm like, yo, what's going on with the chick or whatever? Like, man, you be like, she be talking to him all types of crazy or whatever though, man, and just be acting and cutting on up, and he's still sitting up there trying to pay her bills. And I'm just like, man, I'm like, dude, like, why is you sitting up there doing that? I just had to break it down to him last night, though. I was like, man, the only reason why she acting like that, man, because she already know that you ain't gonna be no damn consequences for what she's doing. You ain't gonna stop messing with her, and the only reason that you can actually give that you even talking with this damn girl is because you just want some sex.
How many kids does she have?
Man, I'm not too sure, but I know she got some. You know what I mean? No, shoot, that's more like his. You know how it is, though. I think he's just like that's just the only chick he can actually pull. So I'm not all up in there like that. So yeah, that's just kind of what that is. But yeah, you can already imagine at least 3.
Niggas get worn down. They get weak. They get famished. They become sexual scavengers. You know, they're so malnourished you can see their rib cage, and they are just desperate. Give me something. Anything would be better than nothing. And you take a look at them and their example and you see what it is, and it's like, dude, you'd be better off by yourself. But then again, you shouldn't say too much more to him, to be totally honest with you, because first of all, he already sees it. Mm-hmm. The only thing you bringing it up repeatedly can do is y'all gonna wind up falling out because if she does something with him that you don't do, even if she's making it hell to do it, you know. So he can have hell from her getting something, or he can listen to you and get nothing. So he's kind of traumatized by the experience, but understand something. When a man becomes desperate, one of the first things he'll sacrifice is his dignity.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, that is definitely true, though, man. And it is most definitely true. It is. That's what it is. Just on out here, man. In these streets, though, man, it's just a major group of dudes. The overwhelming majority of men are just out here sexually desperate, moving and making deals out of desperation, and it's feeding these damn females narcissism about where they really rank and what they really are and what they really are. Well, you got you right though. This cooking with Kaya chick though. I'm like though, yeah, you put it perfectly. Even numbers only. She a 4 in the face. The boob job though definitely definitely looks good. I give her a doctor that, but you know what I mean. No, outside of that though, and being young, like yeah, that's what she's supposed to look like. That's not a given. No, that's what she's supposed to do. She's supposed to look like that, and it's not even just any damn thing that amazing or great. Keke Palmer is another one. Like, yeah, everybody female be out to debate with my chick some months ago about that though shit about Keke Palmer. Like, though, don't you think she looks cute? And I'm like, no, not really. Compared to our competition on Instagram and all these other females, like no. She even numbers only. She ranked between a 4. She a 4 with the makeup off and a 6 maybe if she got on all that makeup cake on. That's it. And then compared to a lot of the women, especially if you go out there to California, Florida, Atlanta, Dallas, Houston, Vegas, and you know what I'm saying, though, somewhat Chicago, they're not really ranking that damn high. But they walk around with this attitude, and they think they the ish, and they really just think that they really the ish. When all it ever is just a big pool of desperate men. And so they're just sitting up here just milking that shit for all it's worth. And I'm like, though, dudes, any deal that you make in desperation is always going to be a bad deal. And it's just the damn truth, man. So you definitely hitting it on the head with this one, though. But I'm just trying to. I see that, you know, most definitely what you're doing is mostly giving dudes game and giving us game. No, because even I'm sitting up here don't know it all, but you definitely articulate.
Well, brother, I mean, I know this is a brutal conversation to have, but I think most fellas don't even think about this. You know, the human eyes are supposed to be sitting a certain distance from each other. I mean, if having big bug eyes, that's not normal. I'm not saying just go around go picking on the bug-eyed kids, but I'm just like, by the way, hey, you got some pretty big spheroids there. Eyes are wide apart. These are signs, man. All I'm saying, you don't have to go pick on people. You don't have to do any of that. But acknowledge it. Don't sit up here and be willfully ignorant about it. It means something. It does. And I think we've had a whole lot of conversations where we just discount these things and ignore it. And then when y'all two finally do have a falling out, when y'all two finally do have a falling out, the first thing you're going to say is that old bug-eyed heifer. That's the first thing you'll be saying. You know, then you'll acknowledge it. You know, it's one of those things that once you stop being attracted to them and once you all have a falling out, now all these negative things, now you'll acknowledge them. And it's like, didn't you realize that was a problem before? No, because everybody's sitting up here trying to badger you and bully you into disregarding that. That means something. It does. I didn't say that Halle Bailey, you know, is a terrible looking chick. I'm just saying, by the way, did you notice you can put a damn ruler in between her eyes? What? Did anybody think about that for a few months? You could put a foot in between her eyes. Okay, did y'all think this? Anything? You got a commentary here?
But brother, I really just want to bring this issue on up, and I hope you would go more into depth with this, though. As my last, just get off your phone, man. But man, when you brought up the fact that you like these older damn dudes is out here trying to bring in these transsexuals and let them pass them on off, I knew when I started seeing all these videos, these images of all these trans chicks, though, looking more feminine than a lot of these other women, than a lot of these other damn women do, man. I'm like, I know it's only a matter of time that these dudes are actually going to start doing this and trying to pass these chicks off, these dudes off as actual damn chicks. I'm like, I knew it was just a matter of time. Now, I thought it was going to be more with the younger dudes who are finally going to come under the pressure. But, you know, maybe you are. But, you know, maybe you hit it on got it right again. Or maybe some of these older damn dudes are finally just so desperate for sex and to have something that look good that can actually turn a head on that actually can turn heads on their damn arm. These are what you think it was just turning them heads, those children, that they probably is messing with these transsexuals on out here, man. So yeah, I hope you go more into depth on this time on where we're kind of headed to and what's kind of going on with that, though, because it's definitely something that needs to be addressed in the coming future, though, because this stuff is getting out of hand. You know what I mean? It ain't back in the 90s, man, where, you know, you could watch Maury Povich and be like, yep, that's a man right there. You know, you can't do the Maury Povich one no more, though, shoot. Now it's scary. It's very scary on out here, though, man, with a lot of this stuff going on, though. So I'm like, I know if dudes remain this damn desperate, oh yeah, eventually they're gonna go ahead and crack. Eventually they're gonna crack and just go ahead and just be like, well, you know what? Never mind that code. Let me just go ahead and get it. They already travel on the other side of the damn world. So, dude, if don't nobody else know, shoot, it ain't none of their business. And I think that's definitely where we're definitely headed to, man. So if in the coming future, if you could just speak more on that, man, and break that more down, I greatly appreciate it. I'm going to go ahead and get off your phone, man. Be one.
Thank you for giving us a call tonight. I mean, look, for these old cats, y'all, where y'all think these size 22s get pregnant from? Where y'all think it happens from, man? No, I'm serious. That's not the young cats either. These old dudes, man, this the size 22s and 24s. Who y'all think getting them pregnant? Who do y'all think is doing that? You go to child support court and she's a size 20 or greater. It's a nigga that's in and out of jail. It's some old dude. Look like the old deacon at your church. Who do y'all think is doing that? Those are the ones doing that. You know, the chick with the cross eyes or the one eye, you know, okay. Who y'all think is doing that? So these old fellas, if they think they can get away with it and nobody will know, you'll be surprised what they'll flop in the bed if they think they can sneak it in and nobody will find out. If they think they can sneak it in and won't nobody find out, they will try to squeeze it in. So there's a reason that you see that. There's a reason for it. When his options are low, ain't nothing really kicking in a door for him. He got to get in where you fit in. That's it. Over here on Zoom, Uno, I'm not sure if you're on Zoom here or not. Just go ahead and make sure you have your camera and microphone turned on for me. I'm going to make sure that we don't have any trolling issues. So, Uno, I can give you about another half a second for that. There you go. All right, Uno, and you had something you wanted to explain to us.
Nah, your chat just told me to call in.
No, sir. The chat didn't tell you to call in. I did.
Oh, so you summons me then?
Yeah, that was me. When you see the business, put a message in the chat room. Yes, I'm the business.
You're the business, huh? So I was just saying, I commented on the last caller because he was calling the Kaya girl a 4.
Well, from the neck
low, bro.
From the neck up. Wait a minute, from the neck up.
From the neck up. What you mean? Her face?
Yes, sir. From the neck up. You're saying Kaya's. You said she's an 8. Are you measuring from the neck up?
I'm talking about the total package, bro.
You're measuring from head to toe.
Yeah, from head to toe.
So you're saying that Kaya is an 8 from head to toe.
You gotta give her an 8, bro. Cause I'm gonna tell you like this. Like, I haven't seen nothing about her online that says anything like, yo, she crazy or she do wild stuff to dudes and nothing like that. So
I'm literally showing a video of her twerking on a bunch of folk at Kai Sanat Streamer University. I'm literally showing that video up there, and he says, I ain't heard about her doing nothing wild. Dude, really?
Bro, it's twerking, bro. She's twerking.
Okay, y'all, I think he's just trolling now.
No, I'm not trolling you, bro. That girl 21 years old, bro. You know all them younger 20 girls.
Okay, sir, but it doesn't matter about your age. I mean, if you go out and go shoot somebody, it doesn't matter what your age is. So
she ain't shooting nobody. She twerking.
Okay, that's sir. If this were your girlfriend, would it just be twerking?
First of all, I'm not dating a 21-year-old.
I didn't ask you about a 21-year-old, sir. You said it's just twerking. Okay, then that means if it was your woman, it's just twerking, right?
Look, are we talking about looks, or you talking about her mentality?
Okay,
like,
you're the one. You're the one who said that she wasn't doing nothing wild, and I'm sitting up here showing for the last hour she's been twerking, and then you said it's just twerking. Okay, sir. So I will ask you again. You said it's just twerking. So if it was your woman twerking on other dudes, it would just be twerking too.
First of all, my woman not online.
Okay, sir, but if it was so if it were your woman, it would just be twerking too, right?
Don't talk, not nobody but me.
If it's but if it's just twerking for Kaya, why is it not just twerking for your woman?
So why y'all calling her a 4?
Sir, that's what I'm trying to get at. If it's just twerking for Kaya, why would it not also just be twerking for your woman?
Get the question, man.
Yeah, I mean, if it was your woman and she told you, baby, I was just twerking on the dude. I mean, I was just twerking.
Twerking on the dude? Oh, boy. My girl ain't about to twerk on no dude.
Okay, well, that's what Kaya was doing, and you said she ain't doing nothing wild. You said it was just twerking.
Is she single?
Is Kaya? Well, she had a boyfriend at the time before she started doing that. Sir, please get still.
Get still? What you mean get still?
Yes, sir. You're doing a lot of walking around. It's dizzying. Try to get still.
All right.
If your girlfriend was twerking on other dudes, would you be just saying it's just twerking like you did for Kaya?
Nah.
Okay, well then if it's not a good look for her, it wouldn't be a good look for anybody. That's the reason why that's a problem. It's not just twerking. She didn't just give him a handshake.
Okay.
Now, I got a picture of her up on the screen. I'm not here to get gully about it too much there. What I am saying, though, is that you were saying that she's an 8 from head to toe.
Yeah, she's a good-looking girl, man.
Okay, well, I'm not here to argue about that part of it, though. But when you say an 8, what you're saying is that she's damn near flawless.
An 8? That's a 10. 10 flawless.
Okay, but an 8 is almost flawless, sir. Let me try that again. When you say 8, which is just below 10, what you're saying is damn near flawless.
Okay, I'll take that.
So you're saying that
maybe I'll lower it, bro. But she ain't no 4, man. I gotta give her some kind of a little bit of a leeway, man. A 4?
Okay. Well, let's try this a different way here. I think the scale in which you all are measuring her with, is heavily weighted on the side of her from the neck down.
Sure, for sure. She definitely got a nice body.
Right. And what I'm saying is that makes males myopic and short-sighted. That makes males one-dimensional. And I'm not even talking about adding in her character. I'm saying, by the way, you're supposed to judge in 3 dimensions, from the neck up, from the neck down, and from head to toe. Y'all are just saying, okay, if she doesn't fit the bill from the neck up, judge from the neck down and throw everything else away. And that's not the way that works. That's becoming one-dimensional.
She's not ugly in the face, though. I'm not gonna say that is perfect. You know what I'm saying? But she's not ugly in the face.
Okay, well let's try this a different way. You say she's not ugly in the face. Okay,
right.
That's a relative thing. Not really sure I can quantify that one. I can say one thing though. If Kaya was a size 14, with the exact same face, would you still say the same thing?
No.
Just from just from the neck up though, not the rest of her. Just from the neck up.
From the neck up, nah. From the neck up, her face would be fatter if she was a 14, right?
No, I'm just saying theoretically with the same face. If she had the same face, would you say that if she was a size 14?
I can't, man. I don't like big girls.
Most people don't, but my point is you're grading her on a curve because you're factoring in everything from the neck down. If she was just a floating head and you had to judge strictly based on her from the neck up, that's when the scale I think would be a bit different. I don't say that to be insulting. I don't say that to be demeaning of her. What I'm saying is that if we were just judging from a beauty contest straight from the neck up, putting her up against a Beyonce or a Halle Berry in her prime, would she still be an 8 or a 10?
Nah, she ain't gonna be there. She ain't gonna be no 8.
And I'm just saying strictly from a headshot.
Yeah, strictly from a headshot, nah.
And that's not to be demeaning. I'm just saying, and as far as from the neck down, if she's in her early 20s, I expect that. It's just a sad commentary. We've gotten to a point in society where you can't. It's not just a given. But I mean, if we're just going to be totally honest about it, if you saw only her from the neck up somewhere, you're not thinking, damn, I got to buy a G-Wagon. You're not thinking that. That's not what you're thinking.
Yeah.
There's the difference. Just strictly just her sitting there. That's why every video that she posts, there's a reason why she got the first thing she started doing is twerking. So it's not me saying that her face isn't her strongest attribute. She's the one showing it.
Right.
When she's still cooking with Kaya, she turns around. You can't even see the food anymore. She turns around so that she can start twerking. She's supposed to be sitting up here talking about food, and she turns around so she can start twerking. You literally can't even see the one thing she allegedly was bringing you there for. You don't even get to see it anymore.
You know what, though? That's how she get her followers up.
Well, yeah, but I just want us to be honest about what she's doing.
That's what she's doing, man. She not doing nothing None of these other younger girls out here ain't doing.
Well, I mean, but it's not about that. What I'm saying though is just being totally honest. If she thought that her face was, if she thought she had a pretty face card, she would, every video wouldn't be shaking her butt cheeks. She thinks she has a butt cheeks card. She doesn't think she has a face card.
Right.
She thinks she got a booty card. Now, there's an argument to be made that she does. But what I'm saying is, let's be honest about what she's playing with. Because when males start, understand something, men are complaining today because females have not lowered their standards. Females have gotten even more demanding. So the females have come rumbling around the corner, a good size 22, and expecting to sit in the same Bentley that a size 6 is in.
Right.
And expect you to do for her at size 26 what you were willing to do for her at size 6. And she dead ass serious. And what I'm saying is that men having this flexible scale that deteriorates, because men always have a range. Cats today are adopting a scale that degenerates. And by the way, the females don't do that. Not at all. So I'm just saying, and we don't do ourselves as males by being easygoing. There's another thing. Getting approval from us should be hard. It should not be easy. Fellas make it too damn easy. That's why things keep deteriorating. It should be hard to get compliments from us. Kaya is flooded with compliments. No wonder she thinks she can do and say anything. Men have made it too easy to get attention, too easy to get compliments. Hell, too easy to get free money. Ruby Rose had dudes giving tens of thousands of dollars. One only met her in person. That's enough to get tens of thousands? That's it.
I don't know who Ruby Rose is.
Okay,
well,
that
sounds crazy as hell.
Instagram chick, Twitch. That's all you need to know. She one of them Instagram chicks, but she's just one among many. Fellas out here will throw free money at a chick just because she has an Instagram page. She doesn't even acknowledge its existence, and they're throwing money. We have made it too damn easy to get male validation and approval as a female. We've made it too easy. So I know you're trying to be sympathetic or polite, or maybe that's just the way you honestly feel. I would just like to introduce something a little bit different. Notice I'm not saying you're wrong. At no point during this conversation did I ever say you were wrong.
Right.
Whatever your position is your position. However, I think you would benefit from a bit of examination, a bit of a difference. We make it too easy for chicks to be called an 8. We make it too easy for chicks to be called a 10. We make it too easy to do that. We throwing around the words 8 and 10 like lollipops on Halloween. We make it too easy. And the female, we've never made it easy for a female to be called an 8 or a 10. And the women have never made it harder for a man to be called a 5.
And deal with it, nigga.
The females have never made it harder for us to get approved, and we've never made it easier for them.
Yeah, I think a lot of dudes just be thirsty, man. That's
right, but what I'm saying is you might want to consider that your estimation and your grading of her, that's thirsty too. No male thinks he's thirsty. No male does. I'm telling you all that thirsty is not just saying that an ugly chick looks good. What I'm saying is that thirsty is having a very generous scale where you say, okay, a chick can be an 8 with no face card. She can be an 8 simply from the neck down. We're going to throw an 8. Oh, yeah. Never mind her tattoos. Never mind her piercings. Ooh, we're going to erase that too. I'm like, bruh, take a look at how far we going. She doesn't have to have blemishless skin. She can have graffiti all over her body. She can have piercings and hardware. And that's still an 8? So what exactly is our criterion for being an 8? When fellas think about it, that's really thirsty right there. When your criterion is very lax and very flexible and very considerate and very charitable. I'm thinking as men, our standard needs to be purity. And the more pure you are, the better. If you got to have breast implants to have D cups, that's a mark. That should be a mark against you. That doesn't mean we hate you. That doesn't mean we drag you down the street. But what it does mean is that if we're comparing you to somebody who naturally has it, hey, we're not going to pretend that Dr. Miami gives it to you naturally. That's us as men having standards and saying we uphold that. If you got to go get a BBL because your genetics just ain't kicking it, think about this for a few moments. Fellas are so thirsty that a female can go off and get a BBL if she wasn't born with an actual rear end. But females don't give men a lick of leniency if you don't have the right height. Now, both of those are genetic, but women will penalize you as a man if you ain't got it. You ain't got it? That's your ass. This is how she's going to treat you. Men will sit up here, well, we can get BBL. Women don't operate that way. Men do. And what I'm saying is, by the way, because females ain't thirsty like that. Oh, they want something, but in reality, thirsty is when you start compromising and saying, okay, well, go get some implants, go get some silicone, go get this, that, and the other. That's, I think we would do well to incorporate that as the definition of thirsty, not just, he's gaga for some chick on Instagram, or the chick might be ugly, or, just anything. Because I think most males, it's really about what do you approve of. Yeah. What the fellas disapprove of today? Who gets a no today? Yeah, fellas talking about Lizzo got a cute face, size 30, but what are we saying no to? How hard is it to get our approval? And I'm just saying, bro, we make it too easy. And I wanted to talk to you, so I wanted to have an opportunity to put a spotlight on that. We make it so easy. And it's not about putting them down being insulting. Sure. They should have to work for it, because you damn sure got to work for it. You got to work for it.
Ain't nobody giving us nothing. Hey, man, but I'm about to finish watching this game. And I just popped in. And heard a dude talking about Kaya was a 4, man.
Well, I hope you have an opportunity to re-examine what that standard is. Thank you very much for giving us a call tonight. Wanted to give you all an opportunity to do that, and it's a teaching moment, y'all. It's a teaching moment. Because as males, we have our own pet definitions of these things. When you talk about being thirsty is making it easy to get compliments. That is thirst. The chick can be 24 or 54, post a picture on Instagram, and dudes are giving thumbs up to each of them. Ooh, you so fine to each of them. Halle Berry shouldn't be able to get a peeping Tom on her Instagram. And yet there she is at 58. What? Selling lubrication cream. Go check out last week's program if y'all want to take a look at it. I know it was 5 hours long, but check out last week's program. Halle Berry is literally 58 years old, selling some Valvoline concoction called Let's Spin. And she spent her Mother's Day. The video was on YouTube. I showed it to y'all there before. I'm dry and achy and lack of confidence. And got fellas talking about, man, I sure love to get that. You love to get the dry and achy and lack of confidence? Really? This where we at? You'll still have fellas that are overlooking that. That's thirsty. Right there. That's thirsty. Women wouldn't have it, man. Women wouldn't have it. They would have their standards about that, and that's exactly what they would stand by there. The men are just like, okay, if she approves of me, we'll make it work. If she approves of me, I'll go along. Some of y'all may have missed it. Oh, I'm going to hurt your damn feelings. Let me go ahead and put this on rewind here. Back up for a second. Let me go ahead and throw this on the screen for you all, just in case you missed it before. That's fine. Let me go ahead and throw it up here. You want to know what thirst is like? You want to know what thirsty is? Thirsty is when you're sitting up and giving this a pass.
So when I found out that I was in perimenopause, one of the first things I realized was that intimacy didn't quite feel the same anymore. Everything was dry, everything hurt, I had less confidence. It just wasn't fun anymore until I teamed up with Joy Lux and we came up with an intimacy gel called Let's Spin. It's for anybody who wants to reclaim their intimacy and have fun again.
P. Diddy is in federal court right now with one of the charges being against him. Why do you need 1,000 bottles of baby lotion? What? And Halle Berry is saying, hey, I'm only 58. I'm from perimenopause. And we've come up with something new because I'm dry and achy and unconfident.
Pause. One of the first things I realized was that intimacy didn't quite feel the same anymore. Everything was dry, everything hurt, I had less confidence. I had less confidence.
Fellas, we too thirsty out here. She's 58 years old and she's letting you know that if lightning ever did strike, think about this for a few moments. If lightning ever did strike and you found yourself alone in the dark with Halle Berry, ready to do whatever you want to do, you should just know that, by the way, the reality is it's dry and achy and lack of confidence. And you got fellas, I'm still going anyway. Nigga, what you going for? What are you going for? This was what you were waiting on since the 90s? You were waiting for, is this what you thought it would be back when you were watching her movies in the 90s? This is what you thought it would be? So let me get this straight. Oh no, I'm going to put it in a context that's going to hurt a lot of damn feelings. Let me get this straight. So if Cooking with Kaya was dry and achy and lack of confidence, that'd be okay too. It must be with the fellas who are lined up ready to grade Halle on the curve. So if Halle is okay and you still chomping at the bit, got to have it, got to get it. Okay. You got to get the dry, achy, unconfident. Okay. This is what dudes are on today? Yes. Yes. And you waited 30-something years for it. I don't give a damn. Scrub it up. Then you wonder why the women don't have respect for us. That's thirsty. All right, let me go ahead and get Onan up here on Zoom. Brother Onan, what's on your mind?
What's going on, Brother Jason? How you doing tonight?
All right, brother. Looks like you at the hotel somewhere.
Yeah. I'm spending the night up in Portland for tonight, man. But, to get to attraction, I think a lot of what has to do with attraction is really somebody's personality. And I think Cooking with Kaya, I think she's cute. But I think the whole, shaking her butt while she cooks, I think that whole shtick gets wore out pretty quickly. It just leads to a bunch of Instagram thoughts twerking while they got whatever plate. And it's like anybody could do that. But
actually, they can't.
You don't think so?
No, first of all, she's the right age for it. So it's not like she's a 40-year-old female or a 30-year-old single mom. So this is a chick who, technically speaking, she's in her physical prime. And so she's throwing her cards on the table and cashing in her chips in her prime to, and she's doing good business. Don't get me wrong. I mean, her goal was to establish a social media following. She's like all these other young folks. She doesn't want to work. She doesn't want to get a regular job. So she's seeing if she can make it in the world of social media. And so far, what she has done has worked. So yeah, there's been a bunch of females who are older than her. And the same hoes who tell you and me that we shouldn't have a problem with them twerking and slutting it up, they were unhappy with her because she was winning, at least for a little while there. But by the same token, I mean, she's got, like I say, if she wasn't this age, if she was 10 years older, different conversation. So she's not doing it because she's desperate. And the other thing is she migrated over. But there's a lot of chicks who do cooking, but they look like a pair of ham hocks. What? Is the other thing. So usually they can't show their midriff like that. Usually they can't show that. So they can't show their belly buttons. Yeah. So usually they can't do that. So she carved a niche for herself and it worked. So I can't take that away from, and I understand, she was serving sizzle with the steak, because really she's most of her butt shaking and breast showing was in the first 5 seconds. So it shows up for the thumbnails. If you hover your mouse over the screen, it's going to show that. So I understand what she's doing. What she's saying is stop. She's trying to say stop. You're scrolling down your timeline. You saw the thumbnail. If you hold your mouse over it or whatever, it's going to start playing it. She's trying to stop you long enough to get a conversation. She's like, hey, look at these butt cheeks. Okay, now watch me dice this parsley and this celery. And let's be clear, if Martha Stewart could do it, she'd be doing it.
Deal with it, nigga.
Yeah.
Martha Stewart's a felon, so if she could have made it pop like that, she'd have been doing the same thing.
Yeah, as the old classic saying by Oscar Wilde goes, everything is about sex except sex. Sex is about power. It's just leveraging what naturally will attract the opposite gender in order to get what you want in this world. And so I'm not mad at Cooking with Kaya or, a lot of these other young females who participate in things like this, because why not? I don't have any children, but if I had a daughter, I would want her to leverage her sexuality in order to, attract the best mate possible. I understand that there's more to women besides their sexuality, but yes, I also understand that sexual primacy is a thing. So if I did have a son or a daughter, I would want them to understand that as well.
Well, I wouldn't want them doing it on Twitch. I wouldn't want them putting it on TikTok. I wouldn't want that.
No, not on TikTok. No. I don't want them to be lascivious with it. But I do want them to understand the principles of sex and what sex is about. I'd rather them be cognizant of what's actually going on in the world rather than going out blind and just kind of figuring out like babes in wood, just kind of figuring out as they go along.
Well, I mean, here's my issue with it here. I have a problem with what Kaya is doing. If that were my daughter, this would be big trouble. There's no way that that's your daughter and everything's okay. She is all tatted up from head to toe. She got body piercings. She's hanging out with influencers whose only claim to fame is running through chicks. She's out here booty dancing at parties and things. If it were just one by itself, it would be different. If it was just one of those factors by itself, the tattoo thing would be serious enough. It's not just one risk factor. Take a look at all these risk factors that are piled on top of each other, expressing themselves at the same time. Then you add her age. So it would be different if she was 30 or 40 doing this later in life. She's doing this at the beginning, brother. She ain't never going to. This is who she's going to be now. We are going to be talking about Cooking with Kaya, swinging your butt cheeks when you're in your 20s for the rest of her life. This is like a chick who did porn. This is how we met you. And you weren't really emphasizing the cooking like that. We are always going to remember you as that little chick showing food for half a second with your breasts on top of it, and then spinning around to show us a peek at the other side of you. That's what we're going to remember. That's who you're going to be. It's not like you were cooking first, made a name of cooking for yourself first, and then started stretching off into something else. We met you visual hoeing first, and now you're going to spend the rest of your days trying to get us to forget that, especially when you put every fiber of your being into expressing it even more. That's a hell of a damning commentary.
Yeah. It's like Mia Khalifa syndrome.
Yes, that's
You know
exactly
what I mean?
what it is. You're going to be trying to be 40 years old and get us to forget that we done seen you swinging your booty meat. And when that's how we met you, we didn't know anything else. And then you're going to try to get us to be invested in something else. Like I say, it would have been better if you had done something else first and then made the switch later. You just started off here. Now you're going to try to raise your price later. That's going to be a very, very challenging task. And I would not want that to be my daughter, and that's her first impression to the world. That's the first thing you showed the world. And you went all in. You went all in. You went all out. This was when you finally made your debut in front of the world. This is what you gave them.
Right.
I don't think that's a good thing. I don't think that's a good thing.
No, I get what you mean. I get what you mean. I think it's a lot about how we view the world. I view the world from a sense of needing to understand how power works, and not necessarily being shy about leveraging power and understanding how power works, even the more carnal side of power. And, this is something that I kind of wish was discussed with me when I was a kid so I could better understand the world around me rather than me just kind of figuring out. Because I do think that's ultimately what led to the trajectory of the issues that I had to deal with throughout the years.
What issues are those?
I'm not bringing up that. I'm sorry?
What issues?
So, as I had mentioned before, there were certain issues that I had dealt with as a kid. I'm not going to go into any pity party. Everybody has their cross to bear. Unfortunately, I was taken advantage of, and I didn't actually get treatment for that until much later on in life. But I think
that's a conversation to have. I'm not going to have this conversation. I'm not going to have this conversation with you about yours, but when I see things like her cooking with Kaya and whatnot, she's in her early 20s. Think of all that many tattoos, bro. I mean, she started right out the gate. So I'm not going to necessarily say that something happened to her per se, but I can say I obviously see the environment. Environment is obvious. You don't wait. You're not in your early 20s with tattoos all up your thighs, all the way up to your chest like that. And of course you own all of them are back. Of course you're on TikTok and Instagram swinging your butt cheeks. Of course you are. Mm-hmm. At the same age, you should be in college getting a degree. Of course you're on social media swinging your butt cheeks. Of course you are. So something obviously occurred in her upbringing before then that opened this door. And now here she is. And next thing you know, she's at Kai Sanat's little get together. And her boyfriend don't know that, by the way, she's about to all that stuff that we were warning you about. She's about to manifest and express it all right here. And you're the guy who's about to take it on the chin.
Jason, there's one thing that I wanted to ask you, and then I'll land my plane here. Just real quick. Do you believe that women like Cooking with Kaya would be better off seeing psychiatrists or other professional help? And if so, do you think they would be better suited seeing male or female professional help as far as psychiatrists and psychologists go?
I mean, look, if you can get to an Ilyana Van Zant as far as females are concerned, maybe you'll be okay. The average females, the women who are going into psychology and psychotherapy for the most part, they need to be on a couch, not talking to somebody on the couch. For the most part, it's like the chicks who do social workers. That's not going to work. Kia, that's not correct. He is being silly tonight. I'm not anti-therapy. I am anti-therapist culture here in America because the people that we have doing it are not competent. That's the issue. If they were actually doing it competently, that would be different. What you have are a bunch of chicks who go to school, they get psychology degrees, and then they come out and go into business. And when they're trying to have a psychological practice, but that requires them keeping customers. So what their form of psychology is telling people what they want to hear. And they rename that as, oh, let them walk through it. Walk through it, me ass. They don't have the answers. What they need is somebody to tell them what the answer is and then to deal with their objections to it about what they don't see and what they don't understand. But if you're trying to rack up a clientele list, you know, if we were talking about big pharma, this would be a totally different conversation. Nobody would be arguing about what it is that these people are doing to rack up a client base. If we were talking about big pharma, if we were talking about fast food, if we were talking about the entertainment industry, oh, well, everybody would be like, well, yeah, they're going to say whatever it takes to keep you right where you are. We put down Instagram and Facebook because they've had to come out and open Netflix because they've been forced to come out and openly admit that their goal is to keep you on their website for as long as they can. And they don't have a set limit of, okay, you've been on our website long enough, we can let you go now. They will let you sit there 24 hours a day if they can keep you there. So they're honest about it. Okay. And most of your so-called therapists are the exact same way. They will see you for the rest of your life as long as your insurance or you pay for it. Well, that's not the way therapy is supposed to work. You're supposed to eventually be able to leave, but that's not the way it is commonly practiced. Now, it has been my experience that typically males operate differently in that area than females do. Female therapists tend to want to keep them for the rest of their lives, either for financial reasons or social or both. Males tend to do it differently. If you could find a female who's not about that nonsense, then that might work. Would Kaya benefit from it? I don't know. Although I do think that she would benefit from talking to somebody who can see the obvious problems and would be willing to deal with those and confront those. She might benefit from that. My issue here is, boy, I hope the damage isn't already done.
Yeah. Yeah, I think it takes a certain level of objectivity in order to rectify somebody's past. And it takes also a certain level of honesty that I don't know if many people are capable of.
I mean, but it goes beyond that, though, brother. It goes beyond that. Take a look at Lil' Kim.
What about Lil' Kim?
First of all, right out the gate, she running around with Diddy and Bad Boy Records. Next thing you know, she's doing an album cover, thighs wide open. We didn't even get down the stretch before she did that. We did not get down the stretch before Lil' Kim did that. So what I'm saying is that after if you go too far too soon, I'm going to be very charitable and say, if you go too far too soon, it could be very difficult to pull that back, to quote, deal with that and, psychoanalyze that. If you do too much too soon, we could be further down the road than we could fix.
Well, yeah, I agree with that, but I agree because I believe that we live in a culture that's saturated with sexuality. And unfortunately, it permeates everything that we do to the point where it's almost impossible to escape. As the old saying goes, when you leave something to the imagination, you make the heart grow fonder. And I'm a big believer in that you have to leave certain things private because it makes the experience more powerful.
Yeah, but these folks are in business. Right? But these folks are in business, and we're sexist everywhere.
Say it again?
These folks are in business and sexist everywhere. Most of them are amateurs like Kaya, so they're really doing whatever they need to do to stand out and be heard above the crowd. So they're in business. They, as far as they're concerned, they can't afford to leave anything to the imagination because they are just so, wrapped up in trying to be seen. They're trying to take a look at all the others out there. If you're on Twitter, they got full-blown porn on Twitter. Remember, Twitter doesn't have a filter for that. You can do full-blown XXX porn on Twitter, and she's on Twitter. Instagram isn't a lot better. And then you got TikTok. So you're competing against every booty model, every slut shaker, all the rest of them who really went overboard when the pandemic started. You're trying to compete to be heard above all that noise. So how do you go softly in that environment and still get noticed?
Yeah, it's a hard transition. It's a very hard transition.
I don't think the environment allows you to do that. You'd have to be extraordinary for it. And I don't think the environment allows you to do that. Also, I think that's exactly what she was doing. I think she started on one hand. She wanted to have something to play it off with. The goal was always to get where she is right now. She wanted a shtick that would allow her to ease into it, which she did. But my whole thing is, if your daughter is easing into OnlyFans, which seems to me to be the next goal, evolutionary step for her, something went hideously wrong in her upbringing. I'll let you have the last word.
Yeah, so I'm going to counter that point real quick. I think people do, and I've said this before, right? I think that people do what's rewarded rather than what's right. And with that said, I think, as you said, you think the next natural step would her going on to OnlyFans, right? And let's say she does explore that platform for whatever reason, right? I think the repercussions obviously will be lifelong, but also I wonder whether they would be negative or positive. And I say that because we live in a culture where norms and values are constantly shifting. So things that might have been seen as reprehensible, maybe even 30 or 40 years ago, might be seen as common today. And so that's why I bring it up as, but possibly whether that's
not. Here's the problem. Women's value is like food. Rotten food is never going to come into style.
But
I don't give a damn how long we go along here. Fresh food is always going to be preferable. Rotten food is always going to be not preferable. A female who is not picked over, run through the streets, sexually exploited herself, that's never going to be the preferred mode of travel, because ultimately a female sexuality has to be put to beneficial use. If her sexuality is available to everyone, that's a giant red genetic warning sign that this is a very risky place to invest yourself genetically.
But do you think that they would go and eat that anyway if there was nothing else to eat?
You've heard about places where people drank water that was contaminated. You never heard of a place that people ate food that was contaminated. And by definition, if you tried, the results will be very quick and very bad. So it's not something you can keep doing. Even folks who go dumpster diving are looking for the best of the worst. They're not taking the worst of the worst. So even under those conditions, you don't really have that ability to do that. And if you try, you're going to find out very quickly why this is a bad idea. So there's the real problem. And case in point, even if you did it, you are still really going to be like, damn, I wish I could find some fresh water. I wish I could find some fresh food. This is not the business. There's a reason why people risk their lives to leave places where they don't have fresh water and fresh food. If your females are just completely ragged out and are not really desirable for a genetic legacy, that's never going to come into style. That's never going to be something that no males in their 20s ever said, damn, I wish I could find me a single mom with 3 kids to wife up and take care of for the rest of my life. Damn, I wish I could find me a size 16 with a pie face that I could marry up and take care of this. Damn, I wish I could find a chick with tattoos all over her ass who's been gripped on by the tattoo artist and shaking her ass on Instagram and got a couple STDs to wife up. That's what I'm really looking for. You've never heard 20-year-old males get together, dap each other up. Damn right, bro. Wish there's these other hoes playing around. That's what we really need. That's not happening. Those are compromises that never get spoken of, that get made later. That's not what a man really wants, and it never will be, because it is destructive. Our goal is actually constructive. Now you're telling us to bring in these destructive elements that are going to destroy the value of what we're doing. A woman is expensive for a man to take on. If she is expensive, she is a burden. It's not free. When a man takes on a woman and commits to her as a female, not as a sex partner, as a female, that's costs us. That ain't free for us. There's a reason why we have to take marrying seriously. We need to take compliments even more seriously. But marriage, that costs us, man. Having kids with you costs us. Right. We're giving up all kinds of things. So it's got to be the right person, right place, right conditions. And if you don't, nasty food and bad water. Thank you very much for giving us a call tonight. No, a female having her act together as a woman will never go out of style. That's always going to be preferable. A female who is dogged out and ragged out will always be unpreferable. Fellas who accept that, he knows he lowered his standards. He knows he's dumped his diving. He knows he's compromised. He knows there's a reason why he can't say certain things. He can't say certain things. You're not allowed to be, you can't separate a female from her sexual history. You can't do that because you are investing in her sexual history, because you're about to become a part of it. You don't have the ability as a man, if you're looking to commit to a woman, you don't have the ability to, quote, dismiss her sexual history. You're about to become part of it. And wherever she has been, that's where you're getting ready to go. So you cannot dismiss her sexual history. You can't put it to the side. You can't act like it doesn't matter and it doesn't count. Yes, it does. Yes, it does. And the society has conspired to bully you and convince you that that doesn't matter, because the society needs more men to sacrifice themselves, because women don't economically maintain societies. Men do. Men are the workhorses. Men do the heavy lifting. Men are willing to die to keep the economic engine going. Women are not. Men are far more desirable and far more essential because we are willing to die to keep the economic engine going. We do the jobs that the society requires, even if dying is a risk of the job. By definition, we are far more valuable because there are, you think about things they talk about as essential services. The essential services are things where you can die. The electrical grid, you can die. Gas and electric, you can die. Law enforcement, fire prevent, you can die. And the women stay away from those things. They go get them a nice little air-conditioned, cushy job in the office and then tell you she's strong and independent and she works hard like George Jetson pushing the one button a day answering the phone. She swears to you that her pushing a button on a phone is equivalent to you doing oil pipeline work and walking up 30 flights of stairs with firefighting equipment. That's the same thing. Her sitting there talking to single moms on psychotherapy, that's the same as you actually fighting a 5-alarm fire. These are equivalent. Get the hell out of here. So as men, we're willing to do things that women simply A, will not, B, cannot do. And that's why they need the men to get back subjugated. The men will work 5-10 years with no vacation. The women won't. The women get a job and then they immediately start looking to see how much time they can take off. Women get a job and immediately start adding up vacation time. Some women go off and get children so they can take paternity leave. Women get a job and immediately start looking for when they can leave. Men get a job and try to figure out how long they can stay, maximize your benefits, and how much work and effort you can put in because you take pride in what you're doing. The women do the exact opposite. You can't keep a society going when half of your workforce is trying to figure out how to leave. You need somebody to compensate for what them folks ain't doing. That's the point. You're going to need somebody to compensate for that. So it's essential to keep men desperate, keep them dog ass desperate, keep them working their asses off. You have to. You have to. Because they have to pick up the slack. Women are not the foundation of the workforce. They're a supplement to it. Men are the foundation. The women are the supplement. They're the supplement of the women. During the pandemic, you saw that. Let me go ahead and get over here on Zoom. I've got Vane. Is that the way you pronounce that?
Yes, that's my name, Vane.
Hello, Vane. And what's on your mind?
I'm 100% agreeing with you. I'm also a woman. I think that everything you're saying is pure truth. The streets out here is crazy. Everything is just crazy. These women are looking for men just to leech off of. I come from a mom who married my dad just for the convenience of having a house. My mom, I've seen her drive my dad crazy. My dad is crazy because of her. These women are not who you think they are. Like, they're all doing crazy shit just to get by. And we're living in a crazy world. Like my mom, she uses my dad. Like my dad married my mom with 2 kids who were old. And my mom is such a liar. She says, my kids are the best. They're so hardworking, this and that. She has one son and one daughter. Both of them, they are leeches off of my dad. When I was only 3 years old, I saw how her son beat my dad up to the point where he punched my dad and he fell on the floor and blood was coming out of his face, out of his head. These people drove my dad to be crazy. This fucking bitch, I just hate her because she never deserved to be my mom. She's full of favoritism. She favors her other 2 kids by another man more than me. I know she had me just as a manipulation tool. She's the worst thing that has ever happened to me. There are so many things that I could talk so much. Like, it's just insane. These women out here, they're evil. I was going out one time with my man, who I'm not with anymore, because we've had issues. But, my man and me, I went out with him and I was with the kid, and this random lady rubbed her ass on my man's private parts when we was at the beach. And I was like, do you know her? And he was like, no. And then I'm just thinking, why did she do that? And then she was with other women in the back that also were with kids in strollers. And I was like, what the hell was this woman thinking? Why would she rub her ass on a random man? It was disgusting. And she saw me with the kid in a stroller and she did that. And I'm just thinking, like, why, like, when I go out with the kid in a stroller out in the street, like I was today, at the supermarket and stuff, I see people in their park, they're driving and they're coming out of they're coming out of their place and they're coming and they block the drive. They block me. So I have to walk behind the cars with my kid in the stroller. And the world is just mean. Like, there was this guy who I don't even know while I was with my kid walking outside to go buy something, and he was saying that I'm dumb, that I'm an asshole, that that stop using my kid as gossip. I don't even know this guy. I don't even know who he is.
Where do you live at?
I'm in New York.
Of course. Brooklyn or the Bronx?
Brooklyn.
There you go. He's from Louisiana. He can tell you exactly where you are in New York. So that's not Manhattan. That's not Staten Island. That's not Yonkers. That's not Queens. That is Brooklyn or the Bronx. So it's one or the other. Let me ask you something here, because you were talking about your dad. I don't want to get too confused. Your mom had children by another man. Was this before or after your father?
Before.
Okay, she came to him with 2 kids. She had kids with him.
Yes.
That is unfortunately, that's a common thing. That really, really is in that New York area. It really, really is. Between, folks got all kinds of reasons for doing things, whether it's a green card or a come up. And I know the city is expensive. It's outrageously so. And if you're a chick who's played your cards wrong, you're going to wind up doing some survival sex stuff. And it gets real abusive, real bad. They go love bombing dudes. And if he's susceptible and soft, they're going to take him under. And next thing you know, he's on the hook. So first order of business is get pregnant. They get pregnant and then marry him. They don't marry him and then get pregnant. They get pregnant and then marry him. He figures he's going to do the right thing. And he really finds out he's shackled himself. What this also tells me is that your dad was gainfully employed, though. So he was either a professional or would he work for the state?
Worked in a hospital.
There you go. So, yeah, certainly she saw him as an economic backstop for her. At least he could stop the bleeding, as it were. So it's an opportunity for her to come up. All right, now let's deal with you here. And usually the way this goes is y'all are okay until now. Just so I can make sure here, what are you, Puerto Rican, Dominican?
Yeah, I'm Puerto Rican.
Okay. All right.
Puerto Rican.
Oh, you're Puerto Rican and Dominican. I'll be damned.
I'm
Boricua and Dominicana. I'll be damned. I got a couple of gal pals up there. I gotta make sure I say that right. They'll be in my damn DMs castigating me. Oh, that's because they hate that. Oh, don't tell a Dominicana Boricua. They'll get upset. Don't tell a Boricua Dominicana. It goes bad either which way. In your case, you're going to catch hell coming or going. So it's my condolences.
Dominicans say that Puerto Ricans cannot speak Spanish and Puerto Ricans say that Dominicans can't speak English.
Yep.
That's the way it goes.
That's exact beef. It is beef all day. So like I told y'all, the biracial kids, my heart goes out to them because they get stuck between us rock and a hard place. You go to the damn bodega and it's like walking a minefield every time you go. So I understand. I understand. All right. Now here's the way it usually goes. Now for your mom.
And my mom hates my dad, by the way, because he's Dominican.
I'm about to say your mom's the Puerto Rican and your dad's the Dominican.
Yeah.
So now here's the way it usually goes. Usually you all are good with your moms until you get around 12. Usually it's right around 12, 13, and that's when things go bad because now you look like a much younger version of her. She starts getting paranoid or resentful or whatever the case may be, especially in Latino neighborhoods. It can get very, very rough in that regard. It's not just New York, but New York is a particular case, and yeah, they don't make any bones about expressing that. So by my observation is usually by the time you get around then they start talking to you crazy. If they got favoritism, they start expressing that really heavy. Dad has outlived his usefulness because now she's got the decade in, so child support, alimony, she can leverage whatever she wants to, although they usually don't leave the guy since legally they can take what they want. So usually they don't actually leave him. They just stay there and make him miserable and punish him and whatnot until eventually it falls apart one way or the other. That's usually the chain of events. And you and mom are usually at it hammer and tong by the time you're 15, 16. By the time you get right about there at high school or mid-high school, Now it's usually you're at a hammer and tongue by that point, and you're out the house before you're 18 usually. How am I doing so far?
You are on the point, on the dot. I'm so sorry. I mixed it up. They're both mixed, my parents as well, but my dad is Puerto Rican. My mom is Dominican. But my mom, she hates my dad. Like, she make fun of me that I'm Dominican because when I talk in Spanish, I have the Dominican accent. And my mom is just crazy. When my son died, so I had 2 boys, right? One of my boys died as a
My
baby.
condolences.
And thank you. And when my son died, I saw my mother's favoritism. It was disgusting. Like, she was telling me that she's the owner of the house, that because my dad sold his part to his brother. When I gave my other son to her because she came to me to take care of him, I put my son in her hands, and she told me, you want a free nanny. And I was like, what she's saying to me? And she knows my son just died? Like, come on.
I want you all to remember something for the rest of your lives. You find out what people really are and what they really think when somebody dies. If you got parents, grandparents, be careful about funerals, people, and the period right after that. You find out what people really are when folk die. When people die, you're going to find out who they really are. And you're probably not going to like a lot of what you're going to see. But if you want to see the ugly side that people come out, if you want to see real monsters show themselves, let somebody die. And whatever you see there, that's the real thing right there. That right there is who they really are. Everything else, you can toss that to the side. This is the real them speaking right now. All that other stuff was the camouflage. This is the real thing here. So you'd be well advised, especially if now she's in New York. Now you said there was a house involved. Now, was this house actually in New York or was it somewhere else?
Yes, in New York.
What is that? Is that
they met at church.
They
met at church.
Where'd that be at? It wouldn't be in Manhattan, so where would it be at? It wouldn't be in Brooklyn? Brownstone?
Yeah.
Okay. Like I said, you got to get in where you fit in with those. Usually those things in Brooklyn can go for a couple of million, depending on how old they are. So, and I've seen folks slugging it out over their brownstones in New York. I've seen them slug it out over that because you've always got folks trying to buy it from you and they're always throwing mills for it. So that if somebody dies and one of them gets available for sale, everybody knows they're sitting on a couple of million. It gets very ugly very quickly. Actually, it was already ugly. It's just now they can act on it. So yeah, it gets very ugly very fast. A lot of the women are laying in wait to get their hands on it if they can. And once they get the title to it, they become little tyrants. I've seen it, man. I've seen it. They become little tyrants. They didn't work for it. They didn't earn it. It's kind of just dropped in their laps. And yeah, they've been waiting for somebody to give them a windfall. And when they finally get it, Katie barred the door. So it's just all ugly after that. It's just all ugly. Let me find out here. Your dad, just out of curiosity, was your dad Afro-Latino?
Yes.
Okay. Thanks. That might explain it. Was your mom also, or was she white Latino?
Like indigenous?
Yeah, we'll go ahead and start saying that. Yeah, sure. Because the real thing is that if she were Afro-Latino, did she claim it?
Well, her.
Yeah, if you gotta think that hard, she didn't claim it. Yeah.
He was. I don't know. She never really claimed. She just claimed Latina. She didn't really.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, if she's not claiming it, then that explains everything else. I'm not doing this for you. I'm doing this for everybody here who may not be aware of it or aware how it works, because this is a very, very good conversation to have about it, and that also may play a factor in some of the animosity you all had, because she chose that dude. So if she did have a problem with it, hey, Ma, you chose him. But that's the whole point. That's what I was saying. Sometimes people choose things they don't like. Dwayne Wade chose women who were very difficult to deal with. You're replicating something you were raised with. She creates a situation being acrimonious because if she really is looking to use somebody, Do you want to use somebody you like, or do you want to use somebody you don't? And if you had your druthers, I know I'm going to get rid of you, so why would I do that to somebody I like? Why don't I choose somebody I really don't? And when I do screw you, hey, you had this coming. And it gets a lot easier to do that, man.
She drove my dad crazy. Her daughter had 2 girls. Those grandkids always here. They never let me go to sleep. They're upstairs. They always making noise, and they're not my dad's grandkids, and they got COVID from in school. And now my dad had COVID and he was stuck in the hospital for 2 weeks. All 4 of them was in the quarantine hospital. And then my dad, they gave him the jab. After that, 3 days later, he had Alzheimer's. What a coincidence.
When it rains, it pours, people.
I just believe that, my own mom, she accused me of sleeping with my own dad since I was a kid. And that never happened. My dad is the best dad in the world. He was never like that. He would accuse my dad of sleeping with his own sisters.
Let me find out here. How many siblings did your mom have?
6.
Yeah.
All of the sisters and just one brother, the last one. And they all come from different men. She said that her mom, when she was 4, she was in the streets.
Yeah.
When she was only 4.
Yeah. That. I wish I could say that your story was rare. I wish I could say that. I have literally heard your exact story out of New York probably half a dozen times now. I can name names of people I personally know with the exact same story. And all I can say is I hope going forward, you all will make a priority of purging that kind of thing, because it's damaging. Neighborhoods and communities, the basic building block is the family, the people who are in it. If the family is messed up and screwed up on that level where you got people dealing with those kind of issues, it can't be healthy. And then you start passing down generational psychoses and issues. And I wish I could say it gets better, but it doesn't. So that's real bad. And let me guess here. Was your mom the oldest or the youngest of her siblings?
She was number 3.
Okay. But they were by different men.
Yes. All of them. 6 different men.
Typically in families, the middle children tend to be the most balanced. The oldest children tend to be the most imbalanced. The youngest tend to be the most spoiled. The middle children tend to be the most balanced. So if your mom's the most balanced, I'll be damned. So, yes, I'd hate to see what the oldest and youngest are like. It's probably a real ride to a real hoot and holler right there on top of it.
Her younger sister lives in the projects. She's always coming here. And I told her last time, please don't come. You make too much noise. My son cannot sleep because of you. And she's a prostitute. My mom told me in my face she's a prostitute. I'm like, why the hell would you let a prostitute in this house? Why? And her own boyfriend pimps her, and her boyfriend has gay sex with some Brazilian guy that wanted to marry him to get the green card. And he had a girlfriend and she was down with it. And it's just a bunch of crazy shit. He been pimping her. And I'm like, why the hell would you bring that to this house? And she even told me that she went to Florida, like on a trip with my dad and her, and that she was trying to kiss my dad, and they were trying to kiss each other. And I'm like, why the hell would you do that? And that lady, her sister, she was one time she was on a boat and she was trying to commit suicide. And then another time when it was snowing outside, she was all naked. The police had to get her. She's crazy. Like, she got 2 kids. One of them was raped by a pedophile cousin of hers, which is another sister that she has. So it was the second older sister that has 2 sons by her own uncle. And one of those son, he butt raped my little 4-year-old cousin, who is that prostitute's son, who's now living in Florida with his sister and his aunt. And that aunt, supposedly, she's like one of the best therapists in Florida. And I'm like, people don't even know that she has a pedo living in her house. And when my two sons one of them was still alive, he's not here anymore. I was in the back seat of the car of my brother's car he's not really my brother, he's from another man. And that brother, he has a car because of my dad, because he's another leech, and he's 55 right now. And he and my mom was in the front seat, and she was telling him how, this guy, like, that Gio, that's his name. She was like, Gio, he's complaining about where he lives, that he doesn't have enough space. Ha 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 ha. And I'm just like,
now here I have a suggestion to make for you, because you got a man and you have a child. You all would benefit tremendously for putting, in my opinion, I don't break up relationships. Fortunately, this is not a relationship. This is your kinfolk. So if it was you and your man, I might be a little bit different unless somebody's doing something to children. You would benefit from.
He couldn't take my mom.
Well,
he couldn't take my mom. My mom was getting too much in our relationship.
No. You would benefit from putting some distance between you and them, because there's a whole lot going on. Practically none of this is healthy. I haven't heard anything yet that is healthy. There's just, this might be innocuous, but I haven't heard a single healthy thing. It's all very unhealthy. It's not good for you. It gets worse as time goes on.
She was yelling at me. She was, you're Dominican, you're Dominican. I'm like, what's wrong with this lady?
There's a whole lot wrong with them. And here's the thing. You don't want their craziness to become yours, because it's a burden I can tell it's a burden on you. And it's going to affect you and your parenting and your relationships and how you get along with other people, because you've got unresolved issues with these folks. So I will make one very heavy recommendation. You need to put some distance between you and them. They say sometimes you got to love your kinfolk from a distance. I think you need to love your kinfolk from Alaska, Manchuria, Mongolia, somewhere around there. However far around the equator we can get from New York, that would probably be in your best interest. Not probably, especially for your kids, because these folk are coming around. They're coming around you. Your kids are getting older. They're having an influence. They're still influenced on you. So your number one priority right now, I'm telling you, is distance. Put some distance there. This is not good. You're going to end up in the rubber room your damn self if you keep hanging around them, because you can't help it. You're obviously spending a lot of time around them. A lot has happened. It's negatively affected your father. So on top of your son, you got that going on too. That's not going to be healthy for you. So put some distance, young lady.
Her two older kids are 50 and 55, son and daughter. They have houses because of my dad. She commits fraud on my dad's name, taking advantage of his mental illness.
Is she? Wait a minute, they're 55. How old is she?
70. Born in 1955. And my dad is like 80. 80 something.
And away we go. All I can tell y'all is take this as a cautionary tale. Don't ignore these warning signs. She started whacking out the kids when she was 15. It didn't get better. She didn't get more compassionate. She didn't get more nurturing. She didn't get more motherly. As she got older, she just went vicious. She just went feral. It's just, I'm going to take whatever I can get, however I can get it. And look what it's done to the daughter. Look what it's done to the grandkids. Look what it's done to the whole dynamic. And she's 70 years old now. She can't fix it. She can't fix it. She can't undo it. Folks ain't really trying to fix nothing with her. So, I mean, it's just a total loss when that happens. Thank you very much for giving us a call tonight. I appreciate it. I'm glad. I want to look. I can give folk a little leeway. I can give them a little leeway to get some things off their chest because they don't talk to anybody else who's sane. Like, can you imagine her trying to talk to her mom? There's a bunch of y'all, by the way. You've had that experience. I know it because I see you in my chat room. What? There's a bunch of y'all who've had that experience. You can't talk to them people. There's no point. Okay, we're going to send you to therapy. When I was talking to Onan, okay, I'm going to send you to therapy, but I have to send you to a therapist who understands that there is zero chance of reconciliation with the person with the womb that brought you into this world. Let's put the bull crap to the side. You want me to send you to therapy, but I'm gonna, before you say that like that's some panacea that fixes everything. And even if I had the best therapist there is, I gotta walk you in there with the full understanding that there is zero chance that we're gonna find. We know who it is who's at the heart of this, but we got to come up with a strategy or a methodology that will 0% chance have you reconcile with that person. They might as well be dead before you even walk in to go talk to this person. We got to start from there. Because there's too much. They've done too much. They did it for too long, and they're still doing it today. I got to walk you into therapy and write them people off. I got to write your daddy off before I even walk you in there. Is your therapist ready for that? Is your therapist ready for that situation? Where we can tell them what the problem is and where it came from, but we're also going to tell you, by the way, yeah, we need to decouple from them completely. And so all of your memories from your childhood and everything else, that's basically about to become a casualty. You came here thinking that maybe we had the solution for it. No, we got to make a casualty out of that. That's just not going to work. And that's a very common thing. Oh, yeah. One more thing. Did your mama have bug eyes? What? Did your mama have apple cheeks? Damn. Did your mama have tattoos?
Oh, please.
Did your mama ever have a same-sex experience? Is your mama a former fatty?
Nigga, what?
I said it. These are all kinds of things. This list I'm giving you all, nobody ever raises these things as risk factors. Not seriously. Everybody's been bludgeoned and beaten and bullied and they're trying to treat it like, oh, that's a momentary aberration. No, I'm serious. These are for real risk factors. Are they biracial? Serious risk factor. I don't say that. As I said before, I don't say that to demean anybody, to degrade them. I'm just saying we need to be honest that, okay, if you say that, that means something. That means something. It means something if you dealing with a chick who got certain physical features. Yeah, that means something. It sure does. You don't overlook that. Your mama looked like the bulldog in the face. That means something. Let me explain something to you all that folk don't tell you about. There is a reason that short people and fat people and ugly people tend to be more combative and aggressive and louder. You see, let's take it for a female, for example. When a female is unattractive, she gets ignored. When a female is naturally attractive, she doesn't have to fight to get attention. People are looking. They're looking at her. They're looking for her. They're following her around. They're attending to her. She doesn't get neglected. Unattractive females get neglected. So they have to compensate for that. Do you hear me, one? They have to compensate for the fact that they know they get neglected. They know they get ignored. They know that people don't really care. So they compensate by trying to make sure that you can't ignore them and can't overlook them. So they get louder, they get ruder, they get more belligerent. When guys are shorter, you've seen that. The nigga look like Bushwick Bill. Oh, he's gonna be an issue. You better check him for a gun. He's gonna compensate. So when folks got issues that make them liabilities or get them neglected, they're gonna compensate. They're going to compensate for it. If they feel like they're going to be ignored, they're going to compensate. Yeah, folks are saying, I can name of Kevin Hart. Yeah, you got to do more talking. Otherwise, you get ignored. And that's the worst thing to be, is to be irrelevant and just ignored. So they start doing a whole lot more so they won't get overlooked. And I don't wish that on anybody there. It's not cool. It's not okay. I don't care where you come from. You should be able to. Life is hard enough as it is. Life is difficult enough as it is. Without your damn screwed off mama or your messed up daddy or your messed up aunties and uncles making things more difficult for you. Life is hard enough without that. It's hard enough without that. Here they come with the bull jive. Hey, if nobody else told you that these are risk factors, I'ma just keep it real. When you got little weird recessive, I said it.
And deal with it, nigga.
When you got little weird recessive looking people around you, damn being politically correct. It is what it is. No, if folks got little recessive features around you, little strange features, okay, that usually comes with a certain type of mentality attached to it. It is what it is. It is what it is. They eyeballs not sitting in their head the right way. That forehead is looking a little odd over here. They got that little Klingon look to them. The little bulldog face, the little hamster face, the little Shar-Pei face. I'm not being funny. I'm like, yeah, if you see that, yeah, that is what it is. She got that get ready to rumble look. Yeah, that's serious business. That's serious business. Let me jump back over here on Zoom. I got Mr. Gibbs here on Zoom. All right, Mr. Gibbs, what's on your mind?
Hey, how you doing, Jason? I had to call you back, brother, and I appreciate you sparing me the other night. I was the brother that was out cold, if you recall.
Yes, I do, sir.
Yeah, I ain't have no business on your podcast. I was jet lagged, and I go in my meeting room and like, okay, I'm gonna wait on Jason.
Well, now he's famous.
Yeah. But yeah. I just wanted to call in and just tell you how much I appreciate your broadcast, man. Tonight, you're on fire as usual. I mean, even the young lady that just called in about her situation in New York, and my dad is from there. My mama from Louisiana. I'm a Louisiana. I was basically raised in Louisiana, born in New York, but man, you hear those type of stories and you always hitting it dead on the head, Jason. It's like, how you go to a therapist and try to get help when initially you have to cut everybody off.
Yeah, I mean, basically, we got to go to therapy until you got to start all over again. Everybody you know and everywhere you've been, you're going to have to voluntarily cut that off. Okay.
Right.
You think this is going to be easy?
Man. No, not at all. And growing up in Louisiana, we all had strong family ties. And they always tell you to just look past this and look past that and you're right. Sometimes you got to cut them people off. Life is hard enough as it is. I can't keep carrying this baggage forever. And they not trying to get right, but man,
you make a very excellent point. Although right there, let me go ahead and extrapolate on that a little bit more.
Okay,
because the cultures there are different. For example, if you're from Louisiana, we say hello to everybody walking down the street. That's what we do. New York, that don't happen at all. Niggas will knock you over on the damn sidewalk. New York is very combative. New York is a very schizophrenic mindset about that. New York is a very hospitable place when it wants to be. So you're in this very compressed, ultra aggressive culture that doesn't have any pity on one hand, and on the other hand, they'll give you the shirt off their backs. So it's a real schizophrenic mindset. There's a bunch of folks stacked on top of each other. So their humanity is constantly fighting with itself to try to reach some equilibrium and express itself. And we have a lot more room and compensation for that in the South. I say all that to say it's a lot easier to reconcile with folk down here than it would be in New York. It's going to be a lot easier because the culture lends itself to that here, where it doesn't in New York. You're already standoffish with people. You already ignore them. You already don't talk to them. So it's a lot easier to make that transition up there than it is down here.
Right. I'm like, man, Jason got to go from the issue at hand to put on his therapist hat and listen.
But here's the thing. The reason why I let her talk is because she's not isolated, man. She's not alone. Everybody wants to pretend like, oh, that's just her. Get the hell out of here. That's not just her, man. That's everybody wants to act like that's that denial right there. Everybody acting like everything's all right. Your mama screwed off, missed off. Y'all know full damn well. Maybe your mama wasn't a full blown prostitute. Some of y'all got mamas who was half a hoe. There's a bunch of folk here listening to me right now trying to stunt. And I'm like, by the way, yeah, your mama wasn't a whole hoe. She was just half a hoe.
Right. That's a fact, man. We got elements of that in everybody's family, especially if you have a large family. There's no way. We should be more relatable and empathetic to
well, you say a large family, but here's the thing. If you have the right grandmother makes all the difference.
Yes.
The right grandmother or the wrong one. I can mess up your whole damn family with the wrong grandmother.
That is true.
She can override. She can just override every damn thing good that could have come for the second and third generations, as the Bible talks about. The wrong grandmama can screw up a whole damn bloodline. That's why it is so important for men to not make permanent ties to the little screwed off chick, the little throwed up chick, the little whorish chick, the little weird looking chick. You cannot make a permanent attachment there. She will screw up whole bloodlines. I can't. We see an endless number of fellas today. Their sons are worthless, useless. Their daughters are in the streets, useless. Yeah, chose the wrong chick, and your bloodline is going to suffer for the next 3-4 generations if it ever gets that sorted out. If it ever happens.
Right, and that goes to your point. What you were trying to. I feel like I got into the broadcast a little late because I'm on the other side of the world now to suffer from jet lag on this side, but. Yeah, I feel like that was the point you were trying to make with cooking with Kai. It's like it's her mentality and what's going to happen beyond this. Somebody hook up with her, man. You setting yourself up for decades of failure.
How is she going to listen to you when
Exactly.
she been hanging out with Kai Cenat and DDG, and her DMs probably got guys in their 40s and 50s talking about they'll buy her a Ferrari.
Auntie, chill.
Think about that for a few moments. She's in her early 20s and get offered to get flued out. Do you want to go to Dubai? The whole trip is on me. Hey, do you want a car? Just throwing the world at her damn feet. How is she going to listen to you talk about, hey, I'm a good guy who would do anything for you, and this is where you need to be? She's not.
Right.
And with all those likes she gets for it, not only just the stuff in the DMs, but all those likes she gets, that's confirming to her, everything I'm doing is right. Everything I'm doing is fine. Look at all this affirmation I get. Look at all these likes I get. Everything I'm doing is fine. If anything's messed up, it's you. I'm not the problem. You are. How you gonna tell her? How you gonna tell her differently with all that flood of affirmation she gets?
Exactly. And to your point, we got dudes throwing around telling us she an 8. two steps away from being perfect. Yeah, man. No. Yeah, man, I don't know. It's a sad state of affairs when you look at what's going on and the influence it has. And yeah, I gotta tell my daughter all the time, do not aspire to be this. But
the thing is, like I say, what helps there is you're having the conversation.
Right.
The reason I have grown people calling me because their whole family, their whole lives, nobody even had this conversation. Nobody even talked about this. And they don't today. So you got a big ass family secret of the cesspool, and that's what becomes the family tradition, is passing that down. They pass down their dysfunctions, they pass down their atrocities, they pass down messing up the kids. That becomes the family culture and tradition.
That's man, damn, Jason.
No, I mean, just like your grandma taught you how to cook, your daddy taught you how to work on cars, that becomes the family tradition. All this messed up, degenerate stuff, that can become your family tradition too.
Yep. And you saw it around in our small community. You would see why my grandmother wouldn't want us to kind of deal with other families. And you thought she was being, like, I guess in a sense, judgmental, but she understood, man. You start inheriting these people's ideologies, man. That
you're supposed to be judgmental. Because here's the thing, brother. It's like, how did your granddaddy sit up here and explain to you? I think that nigga and his wife or brother and sister over there, actually, especially if he had back, because remember, we've only had DNA to prove things now in like the only last 30, 35 years. So for those of us who are half a century older, brother, remember, we were alive before DNA was a thing. So before that, if you didn't have firsthand knowledge, all you had was suspicion, maybe strong suspicion, but if nobody admitted to it, you didn't actually know. You believed it, but you couldn't prove it. Today, we actually have the ability to prove it. Them old folks were going off of what they knew. Now, they might know, they might not be able to prove it, but they know it. So if I know these folk over there in that family, with the other folk over here, we don't let folk fill on the kids. Them folk over there, they might do that, and I might not be able to prove it, but I'm like, I'm not letting my kids over there. They ain't fooling y'all. They ain't talking to y'all. You know, if y'all got a cousin in the family like that, that nigga can't come around at all. And it's like, okay, I might not be able to prove he did that, but I know he did. And they're not going to talk to you about that. Your grandfather's not going to talk to you about that. Your grandmama's not going to talk to you about that because you're a little kid and you're going to go back and tell them.
Right, they just gonna say don't go over there.
Yeah, they're gonna tell you, yeah, we don't fool with them. They're not gonna tell you kids, your little ass gonna go there and run at the damn mouth. That's what you gonna do. So there's no reason to tell you. First of all, she can't prove it, but second of all, you just gonna go off and go blab. Yeah, we don't fool with them. That's all you need to know. We don't fool with them.
Right, and then once you get older to see for yourself, you understand why. You like, damn, yeah, they was protecting me. That was
when you see it like something weird will show up later. If you hang around, you'll be something weird showing. It's like, oh, this is why they don't fool with you. But you ain't ready for that early. So if your family, my whole thing about it is if that does not happen in your family and we don't have the conversations, then that becomes the family secret. And when that happens, this is when it starts degenerating because those folk, they only have to show up once or twice to mess up your whole family. They just got to show up once or twice to do irreparable damage.
Man. Church, Jason. Facts. Facts. But yeah, Jason, I appreciate you, brother. Keep on educating us, man. I'm gonna keep listening in. Enjoy all your broadcasts, and next time I know, don't come on that live if I'm.
Well, thank you very much for giving us a call. We appreciate it. Yeah, like I say, y'all, the antidote for this kind of stuff is having conversations about it, talking about it. It really, really is, because these things being not expressed and not talked about, and I don't trust most of your therapists for it and stuff. I don't have a problem with folks saying it to me. I just can't stay on for an hour necessarily doing it, but definitely not sitting there and keeping the family secrets and stuff, even if it just is as far as, yeah, we don't fool with y'all. Even doing that can be challenging, but it's something that may have to be done. I'm not going to pretend to you that you can reconcile with folks. Sometimes fixing things means reconciling. Other times fixing things means cutting them off. Let me get back over here on Zoom. I got Claiborne here on Zoom. What's on your mind, Claiborne?
Oh, man, it's a lot on my mind about this situation here, man. You know, I tell you the truth, man. Like I said it earlier, a couple of weeks ago, you know, I was born in the country, and I live up here in New York now, born and raised in Jersey, all types of shit. And I see women come from down south that I know they're not like that when they come up here. It's like reading Iceberg Slim, the long con. You know, I mean, really, they con themselves into thinking that they're from New York when they're not, and they're from down south. I knew them when they were country bunkins. They still bunkins, you know, doing a whole lot of shit. A lot of unnecessary type shit that you don't even see women up here do. So, you know, they come up here and they think that everything done changed, or they done changed. So now they more hip and they know more than people that's been up here all their lives. I've been up here most of my life. And now all of a sudden you got somebody coming from down south that you know personally. And most of these women, you know, they get with these guys and get with the wrong women. So after they get with the wrong women, then, you know, the next thing you know, they're caught up in a situation calling me on my 347 number. I'm like, wait a minute, why are you calling me? You know, you thought you knew everything, so I tried to tell you didn't. And, you know, you can't really go against the best when you're not the best. To be the best, you got to beat the best, and they're not the best. Most of these women that you guys are talking about, you know, I've seen situations of family members like Dominican/Puerto Rican lady that just was speaking to you. I've seen a lot of, especially up here in New York, especially here in the Bronx. You know, it's like cops is always on the block every week, right around the Soundview area. They're here all the time for domestic disturbances and all types of other shit. So, you know, me, I'm trying to stay away from them. I see them and I keep moving. But I'm like everybody else with the phones now, recording shit, you know, not to get clicks, you know, just to see what's going on and make sure there ain't no dirty shit going on. But yeah, man, it's a situation. It's terrible. Everything you're talking about is spot on, man. Spot on, definitely. And matter of fact, you know, we get free information from you when therapists, you know, therapists that I know personally, they're not telling anybody half of the shit that you're saying, half of the shit that you say, half of the things that you're speaking of, you know, they don't even know half of it. And so they done had these clients since 2009. I said, anytime you have to go to the same psychiatrist for 14 years now, basically, you know, you need a new psychiatrist, really. But
well,
still,
I mean, I think what happens is, once again, I don't think we have honest conversations about these things. You have folk who make fabricated, sanitized realities, and then they go around discussing that. You know, when you talk about coming from down south, I'm from Louisiana. We only got two type of black men down here. Those who don't want nothing and those who want everything. And that's it. Right. And that's because if we ain't never had nothing, we trying to get it all. Period. That's right. There's a reason why you got the Boosie and the Master P and the Birdman and Lil Wayne. We trying to get it all, and the Johnny Cochran. So, and I'm not saying that everybody's like that. What I am saying is there's only two of us that down here. That's it. The ones who don't want nothing and the ones that want everything. So if we show up in New York, I'm letting you know it's gonna be he's either one or the other. If he tells you he came from Louisiana all the way to New York, he either came here to do nothing or he came here to do everything.
That's right.
If my daughter was from New York, like, where did that nigga come from? Louisiana. Oh, he came to do something. He came to do something. I'm not. That's not stereotyping. That's not.
No,
That's
no, it's not.
reality. That is the reality of what you're gonna be dealing with. If I'm in Louisiana and there's a cat came down here from New York, he's sniffing money. 50 Cent came to Shreveport. He sees some money down here that maybe we don't see, or he think he got access to because he had it up there. The only reason he would come down here is to get more of it. He has no reason to come here unless he sees a chance to get some more money. If a New York nigga show up in Louisiana, he bag chasing. That's what he's doing. He came down here to get something. That's not stereotyping. That's New York.
Right.
That's not stereotyping. That's New York. So if I don't explain to you that's what it is, and you think he's some Christian missionary, I'm like, no. He didn't come here to spread the love of Jesus. He came for something else.
That's right.
Can I have I need to have an honest conversation with you about that so you know what you're dealing with.
That's right. You know, the last time I was down in New Orleans back around 2019, and even years before that, you know, I just went down there just to see the French Quarter, you know, basically. And I just went there, you know, didn't really think about anything other than just being glad to be in there because I always wanted to be in New Orleans, you know, take pictures and let people know that, yeah, okay, I was here by the, what's that, man? Oh, the French Quarter and all this other shit.
Yeah, not Canal Street. You know, everybody usually goes to French Quarter and Canal Street. Y'all usually end up down there.
Yeah, exactly. And then, you know, even when they sold us on the slave plantation part, where that little part at that little church area that looked like the Walt Disney building, that's where they had our people sold on the auction block out there in that little park area out in New Orleans. Yeah. And I got a lot of history. And just like you mentioned earlier, you know, a lot of people, man, my family members, that's my grandmother. You mentioned like grandmothers and aunts and all this other stuff. They will let you know, okay, you bring a woman around, she's checking that woman out. She's like, look, okay, what the hell, how the hell did you meet her? You know, where did you meet her at and where did you go to get her? And matter of fact, drive her back there and make sure, you know, she stay where the hell she's at. And it kind of hurts to hear that, but, you know, you kind of like the person. And then you give them a chance, then you got to find out for yourself like I did. And, you know, going through a whole bunch of bullshit. So,
well, I mean, but the thing is that these are the people who raised you. And they will let you know, I'm the one who raised you. This ain't the one for you.
That's right.
You two are not going to make it. Y'all are not going to get along. You don't see yourself objectively. You know, if you got grounded parents, you got grounded grandparents for real. They knew you before you were even born. So they will know if this person's going to be compatible with you. It's like, yeah, y'all two are going to fall out. She might be fire in bed. Yeah, you two going to end up falling out because of what she does out of bed. You two are not going to make it. And you need somebody who knows you well enough and is invested in you enough in your best interest to be able to tell you that, even if you don't want to hear it, because you won't be able to see it.
Yeah. Yeah, I didn't see it. Yeah, it took me a little while to learn, you know. I mean, experience is the best teacher, you know. And matter of fact, you know, I used to listen to my grandpa. I couldn't wait to get down south most of the times when we used to visit as a family, going back to see my father's mother and my grandfather and mother, you know, basically couldn't wait to hear some of the stories that my grandfather had to tell me about in one particular. And when I found out the history of my great uncle, Robert Charles, in New Orleans, he was born in Mississippi. And next thing you know, he comes to New Orleans. He's sitting on his stoop with his friend smoking a damn cigar, not fucking with nobody. The cops tell him to leave and go out, come in his house. And he's like, look, I don't have to go in my house. I live here. You know, I go in when I want to. Next thing you know, he gets in a shootout with the cops. And now all of a sudden, you know, you got the Robert Charles riots. And I couldn't wait to get down south when we moved up to Jersey and then, you know, moved to New York, you know, because me, I done been around different cities. I done lived down, I've been past Shreveport. I've been around, you know, people the same block that the guy, what was his name? Oh man, the brother that was shooting people in Baton Rouge, Louisiana. Damn, what is his name? I got his name on the tip of my tongue. Damn. It was just after Makai Johnson that shot the cops in Dallas. And the brother named damn, I cannot think of that brother's name. And I was happened to be on that street in and
that's okay. Don't worry about the name. Just go ahead.
Yeah. Gavin Long. There you go. Gavin Long. Yeah, that brother there. with shooting. And people get sick of that. Even at my age, when I seen people back in the 70s, when you had a little shootout with the cops, then the cops pulling people out of cars. Next thing you know, you're seeing people throwing bricks and bottles at the cops. And I'm like, yeah, we need to do that more. Really.
Well, definitely, like I say, where you're raised at and the folk you're raised around and how serious their code of conduct is, that goes into you, and people need to be aware of that. Different areas, may have had different experiences, and you need to be aware of that. They're not, these are not innocuous things that you dismiss. These are things that you should understand and accept, because eventually you're going to find yourself subjected to it. Thank you very much for giving us a call, brother. We appreciate that. Like I say, look here, it's just wherever you are, I just want folks to be real about things. It's not about hating people. It's about being honest about it. Look, remember what I said before? We don't hate hoes here. We don't. We don't. We do not hate hoes here. Whatever you are, hoes, hustlers, whatever the case may be, everything is welcome. You just got to be honest about it. You just got to be honest. You can be whatever you want to be, just so long as you're honest about it. And I got to be honest with you about what I see. Now, don't tell me that I'm wrong if I'm not. Even if you don't agree with what I'm saying, it's okay with you to, maybe you don't like what I'm saying, but don't tell me I'm wrong if I'm not wrong. If what I'm saying is accurate, let's deal with it from there. Let's deal with it from there. Maybe you in your early 20s and you getting a little internet attention. It's new for you, but you feel like you really lit. Okay. You're a grown person now. So you're going to be responsible for your actions. Hopefully this works out for you well, although I see a situation where there could be some complications. And you will be subject to those complications whether you thought it was major or not. So somebody had that conversation with you and you can make this decision with your eyes wide open. And I'm like, we can go from there. As long as somebody said something to you, you can make this decision with your eyes wide open. That's what it means to be an adult. Your age is not an excuse. Once you reach a certain point, you are responsible for the things that you choose to do. It might turn out the way you told yourself it would. It might turn out some other way. Either which way it goes, you are responsible for it. And you will be subject to the consequences thereof. Good, bad, or otherwise. You have the right to make that choice, and you have the right to make that decision. Don't come back and tell us later that we should all dismiss that. No, we're going to do this. We're going to do this. So recognize those things right there. Recognize warning signs. Recognize cultures. Recognize cultures. Ask about backgrounds. Don't ignore those things. Don't. They're real. They're there for a reason. You dismiss them at your own peril. And you shouldn't do that, because being willfully ignorant, that's the worst kind of ignorant there is. When you just refuse to see things. Because you're going to see it. You're either going to see it on your own, or it's going to do something that you won't be allowed to ignore. And that'll be the worst situation to be in of all. So, folks, I'm saying it to you again in case nobody said anything. Going forward here, you're going to see some stuff. You're going to hear some stuff. If other folks don't tell you, I told you. The nose knows and the eye spy. Look for the warning signs. That doesn't mean you hate them. That doesn't mean you bully them. That doesn't mean you pick on them. You just say, oh, I recognize that look. All right, I know where this goes. And then you can move accordingly. We're going to go ahead and wrap things up here tonight. I know I've gone a little bit long. We're doing better than last week here, though. So I want to thank everyone who's contributed to support tonight's program on PayPal, Super Chat, Venmo, Shout out here to my man DMB Nation. Thank you very much for your support tonight. We appreciate that, Sir Chai. Mr. SF Black. Thank you very much for your support here as well. We appreciate that. My man Vincent. Thank you very much for your support here as well. If you are new here to the business, welcome to the program that all your favorite YouTubers love to hate watch. Click that red subscribe button, click that yellow notification bell. Join us each and every time that we're here. If you haven't been to our Patreon, the link is in the description. We do it every Saturday, 12 noon Central Time. You are welcome to join us there as well. That is the place to be. I want to thank all of you for tuning in to tonight's program, live or recorded. Thank you all for liking, subscribing, and sharing. And this concludes tonight's broadcast of The Business. I am your host, your brother, your humble servant, Mr. Jason Black. And until next time, my brothers and my sisters from around the world, remember, handle your business or your business will handle you.